Making everybody wait way longer than they're supposed to. My favorite thing in the entire world. Okay. Do you think we will hit an hour wait? Hi, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm only, oh my god, I'm half an hour late. Is this the latest I've ever, I think this might be the latest I've ever been to a stream, half an hour. I'm so sorry, guys. Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. Is that a baby? Oh, hi. Oh, hi. I knew this was gonna happen. The second that I got in here, she was gonna, okay, come running in. More than half an hour? No, because we've been live for 38 minutes, but I started before it's actually time. I was supposed to be here at 2, so I'm 28 minutes late. We'll be expecting monetary compensation? No. No. Are you pro or anti-regular bathing? Apparently a lot of chat is against it. I'm pro-regular bathing. Shall we, guys? Oh shit. Oh shit, what is this? Did we get some subs already? What is going on? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 subs. All right, that's crazy. Okay, cool. Thank you, Terranax, and thank you, Scary Spikes. I really appreciate that. Woke is back on the menu, boys. Woke is back on the menu. Thank you. Yeah, well, so if you think about it, like, I'm from Texas, right? So I've lived in a state my whole life where you have to regularly bathe because it's so hot. Yeah, chat, please invest in personal hygiene. What's going on here? 5 subs in a rehab, big deal. Nah, thank you, it's appreciated. It's appreciated. Oh, do we want to say hi to Baby? You guys have met Eris, I think, right? Do we need to put a light on in here? How's that? That doesn't really make much of a difference, does it? What if we put it right here? How's that? Is that better? Ah, come on. That might actually be a worse problem because I don't know if that's gonna stay. Do I need to tighten it? Do I know how to stream? Well, no, I guess I'm not, because I don't do it regularly anymore. Do I know how to do anything? Don't answer that question. Nobody answer that. Okay, there we go. How's that? Yeah, we want to see the baby? Okay. I think you guys have met the baby, but I will show her anyway. Hey, I'm gonna pick you up, okay? I have to let her know. Professionally scuffed streamer. I have to let her know before I pick her up, because she's still really scared of a lot of stuff, and we're totally fine if I look at her and I communicate with her and I let her know before I'm gonna touch her, but we have to do the whole song and dance first or else she gets really upset. Hi. Hey, baby. Hey, I'm gonna pick you up, okay? Yeah? What do you think? Is that okay? Come here. Come here. Hey, oh, come here. Here we go. Good girl. I'm gonna pick you up. Oh, there we go. That's okay. I know. Oh, here we go. Honey. See? That's not so bad. Look at that. I know. We're not usually over here. What's going on? Okay, I'm gonna put you down, alright? Here we go. Okay. Yeah, I just have to give her a lot of reassurance. Yeah. So I think some of you will know I found her, like, outside. Or no, I'm sorry. I got her from the shelter. But she lived outside her entire life. She was born outside. And then the shelter had her for 2 days before I got her. So she was, like, basically feral. Okay. She was, like, not tame at all when I got her. Some of you will know that, some of you will not, so. Whereas, like, this one doesn't care. I could probably pick this one up by his back legs right now and hold him upside down and he would just be like, okay. What are you doing? Okay. They don't give a fuck about this room at all. They don't care, but the second I'm in here, it's like a jungle gym. It's so fucking funny, her jumping up and putting her face right there. It's like a jungle gym war zone in here. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, let me see. I think the room's a little different than the last time you guys were in here. What do you think? I put my mirror up, and then I still need to put a lot of the art up in here, but oh, I'm sorry, honey, I didn't know you were there. I've been kind of lazy, and I need to buy a bunch of frames, and I don't want to buy them off Amazon. I don't want to buy them online. I want to go get them in person, but because I don't have my car yet, it's whatever. I'm just putting it off. Yeah, there's actual stuff in here now. So, let me show you guys. Oh, look at this. I have a real stream chair too. Look at that. Look at this. Do you guys remember what I was using beforehand? The pink, like, what would you call it? I guess it's like a counter stool or something, where, it had like 3, I know the pink chair is cute, but it had like only 3 of the 4 screws holding it in place, and so it would like squeak and move constantly. Okay. She's just gonna do this the whole stream, I'm sorry. There's really nothing I can do about it. Steelcase Leap? I can't remember what it's called. I did decide that I wanted to drop a little bit of money on it, because I've been having back and neck problems, because I'm ancient now, and so, let me see, I'm gonna look it up. You might actually be correct about that. If you just guessed that, I'm gonna be so impressed. I've been having back and neck problems because I'm so old, and so I decided it's time to invest in, like, good mattress, good chair, good shoes, stuff like that. Okay, so it's not the Steelcase Leap, but I did look at the Steelcase Leap, which is crazy that you just guessed that. This is like, kind of like that's like a higher price range. This is like a mid-price range chair that compares to that. Yeah, spine at risk. Yeah. Merrick stream, how have I never caught them before? What the fuck have I been doing? I know. There's gonna be a lot of cat chaos happening, so prepare yourself. But yeah, so I'll show you guys some of I have some of this new art. Okay. So, oh, that's my gun too. Okay. I have some new art that I'm gonna put up here. I'm gonna bring it by. I'm gonna show you. We're getting a little bit warmed up, guys, before we immediately leap into arguing with insane conservative men online. Okay. You like the hair color? Thank you. So this is like, it's crazy. This is almost like an indigo. It's really hard to tell, but the goal, because we were getting it from black to blue, which is why it was the weird magenta for a while, because whenever you bleach black, it turns like an orange brassy color. And so we had that weird magenta, and now the magenta we've been able to turn into like an almost indigo, like grayish purple. And then from here, we're gonna be able to turn it into more of like a navy blue. You guys will see. It's a work in progress, but you'll see. Okay, so I'm gonna show you some of the art that I want to put up in here. So I have this one right here that needs to be put up. And this is so pretty. I've had this for forever. I think I'm gonna put it like right here, because I've got my monitors and stuff right here, my desk right here, and then over here I have like a cork board off to the side for myself, which I have a bunch of stuff with my friends, and like stickers, and tickets, like tickets for places that I've been, like photo booth strips, like tickets to the Space Needle, tickets to really fancy like aquariums, like zoos, stuff like that. So I'm gonna put that right above there, because it's like almost the same width as the cork board, so that'll be really pretty. And then this is a gun. So I need to assemble that later. I disassembled it when I moved. So I have a bunch of, if you guys have ever seen my living room, like any of my Instagram posts, You'll probably have seen like that corner of my living room over there. And so you'll have seen some of the Pennywise art that I have. I have like a couple of different Pennywise posters. So I have some more. I have a lot of Pennywise art. I bought like, I think it was like 6 or 9 prints of Pennywise stuff. And then there's some with, I like that one a lot. This one's a little silly, but you know, whatever. A lot of them are really good, and then some of them are really silly. I think it ended up being 7, and then this Georgie one, which I really like the Georgie one. I think that's really cool. I don't know if you guys know this, but when I was young, I was a huge Stephen King fan. Like when I was in like middle school and high school, I was reading a ton of Stephen King stuff. I'm sorry, guys, I don't know the meme. I'm sorry, I don't know the 6-7 meme. I literally am too old. I'm so sorry, guys. I genuinely do not understand it. So I'm not gonna get the joke. So I'm really sorry. Now, I loved it. It's like, how many pages? It's like 1,000 pages or something too. Stephen King book. Now, is the child orgy scene very weird? Yes. Let's see. How many do they not give you the pages on the rundown? Let's see. Book. It's really dense. I don't know. It's like 10 million pages or something. But so yeah, I was a big Stephen King fan, and I read like Tommyknockers. I read a lot of the Dark Tower series. I read The Shining. Like, I read all this stuff, right? So I'm a big Pennywise fan. I always thought it was so cool. And then I went to a Dark Tower is so strange. Dark Tower is really cool. Oh, if you guys want, I'll show you. I have Dark Tower wood carvings in my bedroom. I'll see if I can't remove them and show you, actually. They're like these little, I went to 2 different art fairs in the last couple of months here. And the second one I went to, I have these like 3 little wood panels that are like this big, and there's etchings on the wood panels, and they're Dark Tower. One of them is a Dark Tower etching, and it's really cool. I think it's Roland. It's an etching of Roland. So then I got this recently as well, which I think is like so beautiful. The artist had a bunch of, he caught my eye because he had a bunch of Elden Ring and Bloodborne art. So yes, I read Black House by Peter, was it Strauss? Because I want to say Peter Straub, but I think it's the German thing where the B is actually like a double S, but I don't know. But I did read Black House. Him and Stephen King worked on that together. I know that. I thought that was really good as well. This is Melania from Elden Ring. So I really, really loved this. I thought this was fantastic. And it really caught my eye. Like, you see there's the red shimmering accent colors in there. I really liked it because, you know, I've got my witch girl with the red accent. Oh, do you guys want to see my new tattoo as well? Look. I don't think I posted it on Twitter or anything like that. But yeah, the werewolf with the yellow and the red color pops. He's new. I wore second skin for the first time in my life. Yeah, it is really fancy when it catches the light. So I wore second skin for the first time ever. This is crazy, right? I've been getting tattooed for 13 years, and I'm like, everything, I've got it everywhere. You said pure black. Oh yeah, I was fucking with you guys. No, I wasn't doing a black. I said I was blacking this arm out. I was fucking with you guys. No. I wasn't doing my blackout. I was getting this piece done. Yeah. So second skin is like, or Sanoderm second skin. It's like the same thing. You put it, it's this film that you put over the tattoo, and you take it off after 5 days, and it's like fully healed. So I didn't have to go through a weird itching period. I'm kind of peeling right now a little bit, but this is like the least amount of peeling, the least amount of itching I've ever had with a tattoo in my entire life. And I had it on for like 3 days. Something that kept happening is okay, I want to tell you guys a little bit of drama that happened with this tattoo, okay? So I only had like I haven't used Aquaphor in years. I only had like 2 pieces of the Sanoderm that I could wear. And what happened was the first one, you know how like the ink will bleed, and if it sits on the surface of your tattoo for too long, it can stain it. And so like all of his face and mouth and teeth and all of that were really starting to stain. So I removed the first layer of it, and I put the second layer on, and to a lesser degree it started to like kind of bleed again. So I removed that. Were you dry healing? Is there better lotion? I was dry healing for forever. I've dry healed for most of my life. And so I can't go get more because the artist who was doing this tattoo... Okay, so the artist who was doing this tattoo was someone that I was seeing, and I broke up with him, so I will no longer be able to go and have more Sanoderm put on it. So it was on for like 3 days. Yeah. Well, I mean, everything was going fine. Everything was going really good. And he was great. I was having a really good time. And then someone sent me a DM when I tagged him and put him on my story. Someone reached out to me and sent me a DM and was basically like, hey, you need to know this about this person. And I learned a lot of information. So, nothing bad happened between us. There was no drama. There was no fallout. Initially, everything was fine. I still really like the tattoo. I think that it's really good. He's a really good artist. I have a lot of respect for him as a professional. He was very, very professional about it. And I just, knowing what I know now, I like can't go back and get it. You know, he was gonna do my full sleeve actually, so I still have all of this area in here. I've got the elbow, and then we left room right here to do something down onto my hand. Oh, and then a little bit of, it's really hard to tell, left a little bit of room right in here to put something right in there, because the spiral was going to be here, and then I want to have more like spider webbing and stuff. But that is no longer going to happen, because did you at least get the homie discount? So he was only going to charge me $300 for the whole thing, even though it took like 4 hours, and his hourly rate is like $150. So he only wanted to charge me $300. I of course gave him more. So yes, I did get a pretty decent discount on it. But like, I wanted to pay, you know. We'd only been seeing each other for a couple of weeks. I'm never gonna date an artist and be like, oh, can I get a tattoo for free? Like, that's crazy. Like, I'm never gonna do that, especially if it's really early in. But he did give me a really nice discount, which was very nice of him. So yeah. But yeah, so new tattoo, new art. Oh yeah, hold on. There's a couple of other pieces I wanted to show you. I wish I could just take the webcam off and just go show you a bunch of stuff throughout the house, because now I want to show you guys all my art. So there's like 3 more pieces I want to show you, okay? So check this out. I got this recently at the craft fair as well. Isn't that gorgeous? I think that's completely stunning. I got like 4 pieces from this woman. She does animals with like whited out eyes, and she also does animals with human hands. Look at that. Isn't that crazy? I love the animals with the human hands is so, to me, it's very interesting to me. I think it's really cool. Yeah. So I need to get these pieces framed. Getting the palm and elbow tattooed, that's all that's left is the throat. Well, so it's going to be the top of my hand because I already have both my palms. Remember? I have the palms. And then, hi, honey. We're doing show and tell for Mommy's friends. Okay. Okay, so this one I've had for a really long time. And the reason why I haven't put it up yet is because I have another one by this artist. So I like to buy art from like local artists. So when I went to the Salt Lake Craft Fair and all this stuff that I've shown you, that's from local Salt Lake artists. Oh, I'll show you. I'll pull up some of their Instagrams here in a second if you want. So I got this from a woman in Austin. And I have another piece by her as well, which is another Western woman, but she's in like a black slip dress. And I don't have a flat frame for that one. I have a larger frame, and inside of the frame, there's like another cut piece of like white paper. Maybe not print, some sort of print, right? Because it's thicker than just normal paper, right? But it creates like a white frame around it inside, and the frame is like an inch thick. And so I don't just want to go on Amazon and just get a frame to put this in, right? Because I want it to match and look like the other one, because I'm going to put them like right above each other. So that one's in my bedroom. So that's why this one is still not framed yet. But this artist, the woman who made this, by the way, is so fucking nice. Let me show you something. She accidentally sent me 2 of this print. And I was like, hey, hello, thank you, Bolshevik Y2K. So whenever she sent me the second of that print, I was like, hey, I don't, let me mail one of them back to you. You accidentally did this or whatever. And she was like, oh girl, don't worry about it, just sell the other one. And I was like, what? Just sell your art? And she was like, yeah, whatever. She was like, look, you've been nothing but nice. You bought multiple prints from me. Like, it was my mistake. Like, just sell it. And I was like, okay, that's really fucking cool. It's really nice of you. I'm keeping it though, because I don't want to sell it. I want to gift it to somebody, right? Like a birthday gift or a Christmas gift or something. I've had it for like a year and a half now, and I'm just waiting for like the right person that I know is like really gonna love it. So we will see. But yeah, I have a lot of really cool art from her. I wonder if I can switch. There's gotta be a way to switch to my phone, right? To be able to stream from my phone. Because I want to show you guys. The other stuff that I have is like mounted on the wall. You see Aaron being insane behind me. Okay, anyway. I will show you. I'll pull up their Instagrams. Do you guys hate the new Instagram layout? Because I hate the new Instagram layout. I hate it so bad. I might have to end stream first. Yeah, I don't want to do that. What the fuck? Where is search? Okay, there it is. Okay, cool. So I believe her name is Jade. Hi. Yes. Okay. Oh no. Maybe I can search through my messages because I know I talked to her forever ago. Is it Jane Morrison maybe? Yeah, here we go. Okay. So this is, we'll go to look at her Instagram. This is the woman who made the Western painting. Her name is Jade Tentillo. She might even have oh yeah, she had kids recently. So it's a lot of her children. But this is the woman who made the prints. She hand paints all this stuff, right? Like, she's really talented. Girl, where is your art? Where is your art? Oh, here, you can kind of see. Yeah, this is like a... Okay. So you can see this is like sketches of... Or the initial sketches she showed are the girls that I have. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Let me put her... I'll put the link in her... Yeah, this is the other one I have. This is the other one I have. It's just stunning pieces, right? Like absolutely gorgeous. So put the link in chat. There we go. And then let's look at the other artist. What's her name? Oh yeah, Jenna Barton. Dapper Mouth. Jenna Barton. So the other woman, Jade, is based out of Austin. This woman, Jenna Barton, is based out of Salt Lake City. So here's the other one that I have by her. Look at that. It's gorgeous. It's just beautiful. I have that, and then I have, let me see if she's got the other ones up. This is the one I showed you guys a second ago. This is the other one that I have by her. Isn't that cool? Absolutely beautiful. So I have those two up in my living room above my fireplace. Dapper Mouth, Jenna Barton art. And then as far as the guy who does the sketching, let me see. I'm almost certain that this is his. I think his name is Stricker Matthew. Oh, Reaching for Divine. Okay. So the guy who did yeah, here we go. Oh, I didn't follow him. Okay, here we go. So that's him. This is the Melania one that I have that I showed you guys. Okay, so it's red foil that's on them. That's crazy. Oh, and then I think this is the other one I have. He just doesn't have the... Okay, so this is supposed to be... A lot of the drawings that he had that weren't video game based are based on like different kinds of mental illnesses. So this one is a representation of OCD. He had one that was a representation of anxiety that I thought was really, really... Yeah, this one. Public Panic Attack. I bought this one for my friend at the show. I mean, just such beautiful work. Yeah, here it is with all the red foil and stuff put on it. Oh, this is a video. This one is about intrusive thoughts and OCD, so I thought that one was really cool. This was one that I ended up getting. So yeah, there we go. Reaching for Divine, or Matt Stricker. There we go. Okay. Persian Prince, we are so up. We are so fucking up right now. This is so fucking up. This is random, but I just have to say, watching you troll conservatives saying you voted 72 times when it's clearly all a joke and them losing their shit at you more than normal was hilarious. Oh yeah, they're losing their shit at me big time right now. The thing that we actually were supposed to talk about, on this stream was how they're all kind of losing their minds at me because I said that we should hunt men for sport. We should hunt one man a month for sport. We'll get into that here in a second. Are you guys familiar with, telling people that the Statue of Liberty has a hijab now? There's a man in my DMs who sent me a very long message, but he's trying very hard to participate in, like, actual discourse with me and not kind of freak out, which, you know, every once in a while, I get a conservative that will DM me, and they're like, hey, I just don't think that this is rational. I just don't, I don't understand where you're coming from. And so I got one of those today, and I was like, that's cool, you know? And so I've been talking to him, but usually, and what it's been the past couple of days, is just people losing their absolute fucking minds. Hey, do you think maybe we could pick a spot and stick with it, maybe? Could we maybe pick a spot for mommy? We will never pick a spot for mommy. Okay, so let's talk about why conservative men are mad at me today. Do you guys know who this guy is? This guy does a lot of saying insane shit online. Unfortunately, he is also a pastor. Dale Partridge. So this guy is a pastor, which means that he actually has some degree of influence in the real world. So, let's look at what all of his tweets are about recently. Women value security over liberty. Women are designed for peace. The way to win women is to restore them to God's design, which is not leadership. Outlaw Muslim immigration. LARPing as a crusader, which is funny because you're a Protestant. Anyway, yeah, so he's got books. Got books about how it's okay that he's a Protestant and that he's actually more of a real Christian than Catholics are. I don't think we should repeal the 19th because I don't love women. I think we should repeal the 19th because I love America, and American women want to protect our nation. And American women, and I want to protect our nation from their suicidal empathy. So I want you to really, 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 if you're going to take one thing from today, I want you to take that suicidal empathy is a dog whistle for stripping women of the right to vote, okay? So you'll see it here. You'll see it here. He uses the term suicidal empathy, and this is what they're all talking about. So let's hear what it is that he actually has to say. So a 2-minute clip we're going to listen to.
Is it good that women can vote in America? I don't think so, and here's why. Nearly every legalized moral atrocity of the last 100 years was made possible by the female vote. Abortion and homosexuality would likely still be illegal if not for the female vote. Mass immigration and the welfare state rode on the backs of the female vote. Nearly every modern Democrat, including Obama and Biden, were elected because of the female vote. Even last night, the new Muslim New York City mayor Mamdani won specifically because of the female vote. The 19th Amendment.
So he's already said a lot of crazy shit. Just first off, saying that all the modern atrocities are made possible by women. Like the first thing he says out of his mouth. Like, okay, cool. So insane. But I do like that he's also not saying Mamdani's name right. He called him Mamdami.
Amendment has been a moral and political tragedy for America, but why? Women were not made to lead, but to follow and to feel. This is God's design, and it's good within the family and the household. But emotions cannot be what is used to rule and govern a nation. Statistically and generally speaking, women vote for whatever feels most kind or peaceful or safe to their emotions. Women crave security and comfort, and whoever promises those things wins their loyalty. The problem is evil men know this, and they exploit it. For example, women are twice as likely to men to be seduced into an affair. They are 26% more likely to be financially scammed online. They are 3 times more likely to fall prey to psychics and tarot card readings and astrology and mediums. The same emotional vulnerability that shows up there also shows up in politics. Many call it suicidal empathy. So I believe that we should return to the household vote, where women share their thoughts with their fathers or their husbands, and the men in their life make the final decision. Men are not perfect, but they are far more fit to rule with logic, and they are less likely to be deceived in political matters. So I don't believe that we should repeal the 19th Amendment because I don't love women. I believe we should repeal the 19th Amendment because I love America, and I love American women enough to protect them and our nation from their political exploitation.
Okay. So there's a lot going on there. lot going on there. So, that has 19,000 likes. He said that. And I said, women should collectively get to hunt one man a month for sport. And we should start with this guy. And, it's got 400 comments on it. Most of them angry. So that's what I'm being yelled at for today. And of course, like, every comment on here is some variation of, wow, I can't believe you're proving his point. I can't believe you would prove his point like that. Wow, he sat there with facts and logic and blew you the fuck out, and you, as a woman, responded emotionally. You're really, you're so stupid proving his point. Because what I should have done in this situation was I should have degraded and debased myself and gone online and begged and pleaded and said, please no, please let me have my rights. Why don't I get on my hands and knees and explain why I should actually get to keep my rights to vote? Right. Because that's like a serious thing that people who are, people should do, right? Like, Jews should go online and beg Nazis why they shouldn't be sent to the gas chambers. Black people should go online and they should have to beg to white supremacists why they should not be considered lower IQ, why they should not be considered violent criminals. Like, you know, that's like a really cool thing that we should do. People should have to engage with people who are not acting in good faith and who are not making actual, real, honest arguments, who are already bigoted and deceitful about the arguments that they're making towards a minority or a vulnerable group, and that vulnerable group should have to degrade and debase themselves and take these arguments seriously, right? This is the world that these people want. They want to be able to attack you, attack your freedoms, attack your ability to live your life, and you should have to get on your hands and knees and go, oh my God, please, no, don't do that to me. Let me lay out 30 reasons why I should be able to still have basic rights. That's how they think you should behave. You should lick someone's boot and you should say, thank you so much for degrading me. Thank you so much for degrading me. Let me beg and plead with you why that's wrong. That's what they want from you, right? I think it's much funnier, and I think it's much more effective to not take these people seriously, point out how they're being fucking ridiculous, and point out how it actually is degrading for me to have to sit there and prove my value as a contributing member to society, right? I'm not gonna sit there and go, no, I do contribute to society, here's why, please don't, please. No, absolutely fucking not. That's ridiculous, it's disrespectful, it's degrading. I'm not gonna do that. If other people would like to, if men would like to go online and would like to say, like, this is fucking ridiculous and here's why, that's fine. But I'm not going to debase myself in that way. And so, I think it's very obvious that I don't think that women collectively... I think it's very obvious that women should collectively get to hunt one man for sport a month and we should start with this guy is not a real fucking policy proposal. And I think anyone who pretends otherwise is pretending, right? Now, maybe not. I think that there are some people who are really insane and really biased and they have a really warped worldview. Because they do live in these insane echo chambers. So someone did show me a Discord. Someone showed me a Discord where they are posting my tweets and where they are saying that I am serious, that I totally mean this, that I'm a violent, crazy feminist, and that my tweets should be reported, and that I am like a violent danger to society, right? So like that's like a real thing that's happening right now. Somebody who is a woman who is inside the Discord pretending to be a man is like tricking them that they're a man, is like showing me the stuff that they're saying right now. She's DMing me the screenshots. It's actually very funny. It's like an MRA Discord. And so I would just like to say that I think, yeah, women have never made a joke. Women have never, ever made a joke. Women can't make jokes, actually. Women are biologically predisposed to not be funny because they didn't need to be funny to mate in the year BC 300,000 or whatever. And men had to be funny to mate or whatever, and so that's why only men are biologically capable. Some man somewhere is making this argument right now. I've seen it, actually. I've seen it a lot, actually. Okay. So let's talk about this for a second. Let's talk about a little bit of what's going on here.
In America? I don't think so, and here's why. Nearly every legalized moral atrocity of the last 100 years was made possible by the female vote.
Okay, so I don't quite know what we're supposed to do with this statement, right? Does he mean in the world? Does he mean in America? Because this would include things like the Rwandan genocide, the Holocaust, the Armenian genocide, the current ongoing genocide, the collapse of the Soviet Union, deportations within the Soviet Union, yes, Challenger blowing up. What does he mean by this, right? And if he means exclusively in the United States, what is he talking about? Legalized moral atrocity?
Legalized moral atrocity of the last 100.
So, women were given the right to vote in 1920, okay? I believe it was in January. I believe it was January 20th, 1920. Nope. Completely wrong. Went into effect August 18th, 1920. The adoption was certified on August 26th, 1920. I think I'm thinking of January 20th because that's when inauguration is. So, video's a little loud. Okay, I'll turn him down a little bit. I'm sorry. Whenever we let him talk again. So 1920, right? Legalized moral atrocities. There was redlining was legal in this country for quite some time. Women, I mean, I understand, like, you can say that, like, women played a part in black people's oppression, but I don't necessarily think that he thinks that black people not being able to vote was a moral atrocity. I don't think that he thinks that redlining was a moral atrocity. I would imagine he would not argue those things, and those things were happening long before women had the right to vote, and was all worked out by men, actually. So I don't. Sorry about that, Miss Hire. I don't think that that's what he means. I'm trying to think of, like, what other legal atrocities. I mean, women couldn't have their own bank accounts or get their own loans or have their own credit cards until the 70s. But, you know, all of that was in place long before women had the right to vote as well, and that hurt women. And it was actually feminists who made that no longer legal. Marital rape was technically legal until the 90s, but again, that was the work of feminists. So I don't really know what he's talking about. A lot of what this country did overseas was technically legal. You know, we had John Yoo in the Bush administration write up the torture memorandums, write up the legal defense for it. But, you know, I don't think that George Bush was only elected because women had the right to vote. We can break down and see who all voted for George Bush, but somehow I don't think that's what he's talking about either. I don't think extraordinary rendition and enhanced interrogations are the legal atrocities he's referring to. Oh, thank you, Aurorasaurus Rex, with the 5 gifted. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, for some reason, I don't think that that's what he's referring to either, and I also don't think that there is any evidence to show that that women are responsible for that. So, I don't know, let's keep going. What other legalized... So already, I think that this is a nonsense statement that we don't have to take seriously, especially when there's no elaboration on it.
100 years was made possible by the female vote. Abortion and homosexuality would likely still be illegal if not for the female vote.
Did he just say homosexuality?
And homosexuality would likely still be illegal.
Oh, he didn't even say homosexual marriage. Oh, holy shit. I've seen this 4 times. I thought every time he was saying homosexual marriage. He just said homosexuality. Okay, alright. So I think that the legal atrocities that he's talking about are exclusively abortion and people being allowed to be gay. I truly think that that's exclusively what he means. Okay. So that's a little crazy. All right.
If not for the female vote. Mass immigration in the welfare state rode on the backs of the female vote. Nearly every modern Democrat, including Obama and Biden, were elected because of the female vote. Even
right. So he's mad that Democrats have power because women are able to vote.
Last night, the new Muslim New York City mayor, Mondami, won specifically because of the female vote. The 19th Amendment has been a moral and political tragedy for America, but why? Women were not made to lead, but to follow and to feel. This is God's design, and it's good within the family and the household. But emotions cannot be what is used to rule and govern a nation.
Yeah, so basically the argument is women are emotional thinkers, men are logical thinkers, and that's why when it comes to making big decisions, especially on a political scale, especially when it comes to domestic policy and foreign policy. Actually, he probably doesn't give a fuck about foreign policy. When it comes to domestic policy, that because women are emotional thinkers and they want people to have rights and equality, and they don't want there to be an unjust hierarchy, generally speaking, women are not as generally speaking, women are not as big implementers and enforcers of unjust hierarchy because women have, to some degree, and this is very dependent on what kind of woman we're talking about here, right? Like, conservative white women are still going to be upholders of misogyny, of patriarchy, of racism, of all kinds of unjust hierarchies, transphobia, right? All this kinds of stuff. Islamophobia. We see all of anti-Semitism, right? We see a lot of this with conservative white women. That's why we have something called white feminism, right? So there's a lot of other women. Sorry, I am getting all kinds of text messages and Hinge messages and stuff. There are a lot of women who vote Democratic, and so they will for Democrats. And so in this man's mind, that means that they are not voting for the extreme far-right conservative idea of hierarchy, which means that they are emotional thinkers and not logical thinkers. Now, this is something that we have talked about quite a bit on this channel. Study after study after study shows that the narrative that women are emotional thinkers and logical thinkers is not true. There is no evidence to support this. Thank you. There's absolutely no evidence to support this whatsoever. A lot of studies about women's brains that show that try to show that they have like less gray matter or less white matter than men. A lot of these studies are very flawed. They have been debunked, right? So there's a lot of evidence to show that this is not real. And, you know, I think like one of the things that we've really dived into on this channel is the pair bonding thing, right? Like, men will talk about how women are, their ability to bond gets burned up because when they have casual sex, that releases oxytocin in their brains, and if you have a lot of bursts of oxytocin, your endocrine system in your brain becomes desensitized to oxytocin, and then you are not able to continue releasing it and you're not able to pair bond, right? So when you talk to these guys about this idea that women are so different on a neurological level, this is the kind of stuff they come up with. Now, I think I even showed you the emails that I sent college professors where I was like, hey, does the endocrine system work this way? Does like do neurotransmitters work this way? And multiple professors were like, no, I've never heard that before. That's not real. And then I also showed you guys the studies that come from, right? It comes from studies about vole mating patterns. So when we tracked all of this stuff down to where it really comes from, right? It comes from one study on vole mating habits. Yes, vole, V-O-L-E, the animal. And it was something like if a female mates with multiple different voles, then, or she mates with two voles, then she won't go back to the original one for as long, or something like that, right? And this is what's used to say that if women have too much sex, they can't feel love anymore, and they can't feel emotional connections anymore, and they become incapable of bonding with other human beings, which everything releases oxytocin. Petting a cat releases oxytocin. Eating ice cream releases oxytocin. Staring into the eyes of someone you care about releases oxytocin. Breastfeeding releases oxytocin. Laughing releases oxytocin, right? So if your body was able to get burnt out on experiencing short bursts of oxytocin, nobody would be able to have any connections with any other human beings. Nobody would be able to form any kind of social bond by the time they're like 5, right? That's not how bodies work. It's not how endocrine systems work. It's not how neurotransmitters work. It's not how the human brain works, right? And so whenever you look into the stuff that they say about that, that's the deep dives that I've done. It becomes very clear right away that these guys are completely full of shit. So it's the same thing with like, women are emotional thinkers and not logical thinkers. Okay, I'm gonna recommend you guys some books. Actually, hold on. So, this is a woman named, the author is Gina Rippon. It's called Gender in Our Brains. So what this book does is it dives deep into studies. She is a neuroscientist, okay? I think she might have other degrees too, actually. Gina Rippon is an honorary professor of cognitive neuroimaging at the Aston Brain Center at Aston University in Birmingham, England. Her research involves the use of state-of-the-art brain imaging techniques to investigate developmental disorders such as autism. In 2015, she was made an honorary fellow of the British Science Association for her contributions to the public communication of science. Rippon is part of the European Union Gender Equality Network, belongs to WISE and Science Girl, and is a member of Robert Preston's Speakers for Schools program and Inspiring the Future initiative. She lives in the United Kingdom. So, I'm not asking you to read this book, but I'm telling you that this book exists, and I've read this book, okay? So what she does is she goes through and takes studies that are like, she goes through studies that are decades old, she goes through studies that are a few years old, and she talks about the methodology behind these studies. She talks about problems with neuroimaging. She talks about who funded these studies. She talks about the political biases of the scientists who conducted these studies. She talks about all of the problems with these studies, okay? How they weren't able to be replicated, how they were published with incredible flaws and then put out by media outlets that absolutely ran with them, right? She also talks about studies that are good and that don't really get a lot of eyes and attention, especially by media, right? Studies that show that when you have little boys and little girls, when they're in elementary school, how they do exactly the same in math, spatial reasoning. I'm sure you guys have heard this, right? that women are better at language processing, women are better at reading, they're better at writing, they're more articulate, and men are better at like math and spatial reasoning, right? You guys have heard this? None of that is true. None of that is true. The data shows that is absolutely untrue. Okay? And there are some studies that show that there are differences, and she goes through and she absolutely tears them to pieces. So, there are differences that we can see, but they branch off when we start getting into like middle school, when we start getting into high school. And a lot of this has to do with socialization, right? Something to note is that when we put forward programs and initiatives to get women into STEM, what we have seen as a result of that is more women going into STEM, more women going into the sciences, right? So what we see now, when we have a greater effort and we put a greater initiative into women's education, is that girls out-test boys. They just do. They absolutely blow them out of the water. This is something that a lot of men's rights activists talk about, actually. They call it the boy crisis. There's actually a book called The Boy Crisis. It's by Warren Farrell. Now, I have a lot of problems with Warren Farrell, okay? I think that he has said some really good stuff. I think he said some really reactionary, really bad stuff. But I have also read this book, The Boy Crisis, Why Our Boys Are Struggling. So he lays out the ways in which boys are struggling, right? It's a crisis of education. It's a crisis of mental health. And then he starts getting into it's a crisis of fathering, it's a crisis of purpose, stuff like that. But a lot of his stuff breaks down and talks about how men are making less money, men are graduating college at lower rates, men are testing worse. Boys are testing worse in school. And a lot of this is true. A lot of these stats are true, right? So we can look at things like boys are overdiagnosed with ADHD. Girls are underdiagnosed. That's how you guys know my ADHD is real, right? This is something I always tell people. I've been diagnosed 4 times as a woman. The first time I was diagnosed, I was like a girl in the like 2000s, right? That's how you know it's real. But so like we can look at a lot of these things. 2015 PVV, God, you're dumb. Okay, cool. Explain how. Explain how I'm wrong. Explain not only how I'm wrong, but how I'm dumb. Good. You have the floor. So, do you have time to go into the horseshit of feminized society education? I'm not. You're gonna have to expand upon that to your next. So, there's a lot of this notion, right, that men and women are the way that we think is dumb because you don't agree with them entirely. Well, that's exactly what it is, right? Like anyone who, if you're laying something out in detail, you're making a real argument, you are actually thinking about what you're talking about, you're citing sources, and someone comes in like, oh, you're dumb. That's because they can't argue with you, right? They're saying that you're dumb because they are not intelligent enough to actually push back on what you're saying, or they're not educated enough, usually both. Anyone who says something like that, it's because, well, they're stupid and they're projecting that onto you, right? I'm not fitting into his box of what a woman should be. I'm saying things he doesn't like to hear, so therefore I'm dumb. Because that's all he's capable of saying. He's not capable of making a real argument. And it's not even that he thinks I'm dumb, it's that he thinks I'm wrong. And so because he thinks I'm wrong and a woman, therefore in his mind, that means I'm stupid. He probably thinks all women are stupid, so. Would love to stay a work meeting and then viral lecture for school. Ooh, cool, have fun. I've spoken with someone who believes in the MRA subject. I pointed out to him that the answer to these issues are advocating for improvement for men and not making a combative thing against feminism, women's improvements, but to celebrate their improvements and ask for their support in helping push this advocation. Yeah, that's great. That's exactly how we should be doing things. Another book that I think, if you guys want to read more about this, you can. It's called Delusions of Gender. It's by Cordelia Fine, okay? So this talks about, this also talks about neurosexism. So, like, neurosexism would be the term for what Miss Gina Rippon would be talking about here, right? Where she's talking about the sort of malignant and manipulative use of bad data, incorrect conclusions from data, to try and push the narrative that men are systemic thinkers and women are reactional, emotional thinkers, right? So the term for that is neurosexism. So this book is more like, this book is, I would say, drier, right? This is a lot more just like, if you actually just want to read the breakdown of studies, this is your go-to book. This one is more an examination of how these things play out in society, right? Delusions of Gender, that's a perfect Trojan horse of a title, yeah. So it's Delusions of Gender, How Our Minds, Society, and Neurosexism Create a Difference. So this book, Gender in Our Brains, this is going to be dry, analytical, data heavy, okay? This book is going to be more of putting things into a social perspective for you, and it's going to be saying a lot of the same stuff that I'm saying to you here, right? This happens, this happens, this happens. All of these things come together, and this is the outcome it creates. So this is going to be more of, I think, a more accessible read for anyone who does not want to read like dry breakdown of studies, right? Which, it's a slog, right? It's less of a slog for me because, like, this is one of my special interests, and because, like, you know, it feels like my rights kind of depend on it sometimes, but even for me, it was a slog, okay? So just keep that in mind. If I'm going to recommend anything to you, I'm going to recommend you this. Delusions of Gender, Cordelia Fine. Another one that I have talked about quite a bit, that I recommend people on Twitter quite a bit, this is called Misogyny, A Brief History of Misogyny, the World's Oldest Prejudice. This is by Jack Holland. Jack Holland was an Irish author. He, I think, is a really, really, really beautiful, beautiful author. This is fun to read. Well, it's not fun, but it's engaging to read, right? And so this sort of talks about a history of misogyny. Mostly it touches on, like, a Western history of misogyny. But I think if you were to write, like, a global history of misogyny, your book would not look like this. Nobody would finish that book. He does touch a little bit on, like, what is it called? I think it's called Sorry, maybe? Let's see. India Burning Widow Tradition. Sati, S-A-T-I. So in India, there was a historical practice where when a man died, his wife would burn herself alive, either voluntarily or by coercion, or because she just felt like there was nothing else she wasn't going to have any sort of support, she kind of had to. So he does talk a little bit on that. He also talks a little bit about, I think, like, sacred prostitution in India. So there are some things outside of the history of the Western world that he touched on, but it's mostly Western practices. Sati was stopped by the evil British Empire you hate. Yes, I read the book. I just told you I read the book, so I know that. I like the idea that we can't critique an empire which did countless evil things, which are recorded. We can't critique them and feel that they did a lot of really bad things if they did some good things too. That's a very, very, very stupid way to interact with the world, and a very stupid way to interact with other people's opinions. Like, do you really think that people who are against empire think that the empire only does exclusively bad, evil things all the time, 24/7? Is that, like, really the caricature that you have in your mind? Because if that's how you think, about other people's opinions, the way other people interact with subjects, you should not participate in discourse. You are not equipped for it. I'm sorry. You're not ready. You shouldn't be talking. If you think that everyone else has a very, very childish black and white perspective, it's probably because you have a childish black and white perspective and you're projecting that onto other people. I don't think you should be participating in discourse. Yeah, Empire did a couple of good things sometimes. Therefore, you can never criticize it. Okay, man. This is not an elementary school. This is a political stream. Do you have any idea why Western Civ is the most moral? Got it. Okay. Okie dokie. So, let's look at some of the other things. Yeah, bye. That's like saying, do you have any idea why blue is the best color? You're a child. I'm not arguing with a child. I'm sorry. Okay. So let's see. What else? I know, they couldn't even spell moral right. So let's see what else Mr. Partridge has to say. Let's see if this...
Statistically and generally speaking, women vote for whatever feels most kind or peaceful.
How is that volume? Is that okay? Somebody told me it was too loud. Well, I think blue is the best color, but that's subjective. It's still too loud? Okay, alright. How's this?
But emotions cannot be what is used to rule and govern a nation. Statistically and generally speaking, women vote for whatever feels most kind or peaceful or safe to their emotions. Women crave security and comfort, and whoever promises those things wins their loyalty.
Okay, so this is just a further extension of women are emotional thinkers and not logical thinkers. Women vote based off of whatever feels kind or peaceful. There's no study. There's nothing that you can point to that shows this. It's still a little loud. Dang, guys, okay. This is a nonsense statement that doesn't mean anything, right? There's no way to, like, quantify this. There's no way to measure it. There's no studies. There's no longitudinal studies. There's no, like, surveys. Like, this is not a statement that needs to be engaged with seriously because, again, it's like saying, all women think red is the best color. And you're like, where'd you read that? Women vote for whatever feels kind or peaceful. Where did you read that? Where did you get that from? Can you cite your source? Because I think your source is that you made it the fuck up.
Most kind or peaceful or safe to their emotions. Women crave security and comfort, and whoever promises those things wins their loyalty. The problem is evil men know this and they exploit it. For example, women are twice as likely to men to be seduced into an affair.
Okay. So... there's absolutely no data on this. Yeah, before we even get into the fact that you're a Christian, right? So you have no empirical basis for your beliefs. You believe all kinds of wild, insane shit based off faith and faith alone, which is deeply irrational. There's no empirical evidence for any of your beliefs, right? So you're not a rational or logical thinker, right? You are a religious person, so you're not a rational or a logical thinker, right? And, you know, now, let's get to the, hold on. Let's get to the affair thing, okay? There's not a way to look up, are women more likely to be seduced? That's not That's not like a point of data that we have, right? They don't do studies on who's more likely to be seduced because that's subjective, right? We can look at data about who has affairs, and it's about 50-50. Men and women cheat at basically the same rate. Men cheat a little bit more. But like it's like men cheat to a degree that it's like not really, they cheat a little bit more to a degree that's like not really worth arguing about, right? So let's see. Rates of men and women cheating. Okay. So there's a number of different studies. And now, listen. Yeah, within a margin of error. So there is this idea. Oh, thank you, Beer Bash. There is this idea that women will. That's not true. There is this idea when we talk about these statistics that women will downplay and maybe round down and tell lies in a downward direction about their number of sexual partners, their cheating, things like that, and that men will lie up, right? There's this idea that men will fudge the numbers upwards. So I don't know how true that is. This is a thing that people say, but we don't have a way to prove that, okay? Either way, every piece of information, every study shows that people cheat within people cheat around the same amount, men cheat a little bit more, okay? So to say that women are what did he say? They're twice as likely to be seduced. This is a nonsense statement that does not mean anything, right? There's no substantial way to push back on it because it doesn't mean anything, right? This isn't a piece of data. It's not a study. It's not a point of information that we collect information on. When people are interviewed about cheating, there's not like a subsection of these studies where they go, and do you feel that the other person seduced you out of your marriage? Do you feel that it was out of your control and this stranger came and swept you off your feet and you were simply helpless in the situation and you were seduced? That's not how these studies go. That's not how this data collection goes. This is not really something that you can even kind of respond to because it's a meaningless statement.
Are twice as likely to men to be seduced into an affair. They are 26% more likely to be financially scammed online. They are 3 times more likely to...
Okay, now that is a concrete number. We can look at that. I would imagine that being scammed online actually has a lot more to do with your age demographic. 26 more. Did you say 26% or 26 times? 26% more likely to be scammed online. Okay, so here's a Gallup poll from 2003. Here is a P2P fraud statistics from Forbes from 2025. This is from Pew Research from 2025. So let's look through these. Okay, so this is a Gallup poll. Now, this one I don't know anything about. There is the potential for this to be correct, because I have never read into this. I don't know. I would guess, however, what I think is more likely is that your chance of being scammed is probably directly related to your age, more so than your gender. If gun to my head, if I had to guess. So let's see. Less educated and lower income adults fall prey most. Adults with no college education are twice as likely as college graduates to say they've personally been victimized. Those in households earning less than $50,000 a year are about twice as likely as middle income, so about 12%, whereas middle income households are about 7%, and then upper income households are about 6% of them have reported being scammed. It is notable that younger adults report the highest overall rate of household victimization at 22%. This contrasts with fewer... Okay, so that's household victimization, not personal victimization, so that is interesting. I wonder what the breakdown is for personal victimization with age group. This contrasts with fewer adults age 50 to 64, 9%, and oh, that's very interesting. I wonder if that's just because if you have households where there's young people living in them, there's more people living in them. We'll see. Okay. Who has been victimized by scams in the past year? Please tell me which, if any, of these incidents have happened to you or your household. Okay, so based on gender, 8% of men say that they have been a victim of a scam. 9% of women. There is a 1% difference. So this is from Gallup poll from this year. Oh no, this is Gallup poll from 2 years ago, maybe. I wonder if he's trying to say that that the numerical difference between 9 and 8 is the 26% difference. He probably fucking is. Oh my god, okay. Oh, these people need to be in prison. Okay. Let's see. It's by state. This just shows by state. And there's also self-report bias going on. Oh yeah, I would imagine that women are much more likely to report that it's happened to them, and men are much less likely to report that it's happened to them. Absolutely. Okay, let's see. That was from 2003. This Forbes one is from 2025, but it only shows geographic location. So let's see. This is Pew Research from 2025. Women had higher for someone in their household too, which tells me that the men are lying. That is very funny that women were like, yeah, it's happened to me more and it's happened to someone in my household more. And men were like, nah, it's never happened to me and it's not happened to anyone in my household. That's super fucking funny, actually. Can someone, okay, so I'm really, what is it? I want to see what he's trying to say. So like, let's do this real quick. Okay. I will say I am really bad at math because I dropped out of high school. So, well, I didn't drop out of high school. I was supposed, well, okay, kind of I did, but my teachers lied. So I am really bad at math because the highest math I've taken is geometry. So does somebody want to see if, I haven't done this shit in like 15 or 16 years. Does somebody want to see if he's trying to say that the 1% difference between 8% and 9% is that 26% increase? I don't know how to do that. I know that that's probably what he's trying to say, but if somebody wants to do that math for me, yeah, because I don't think that math works out. I don't think it does. I think he's just making shit up. Okay, so it's like, it would be closer to like 11% is my understanding, right? So, yay! So I would, wait, okay, so I do 9 divided by, yeah, okay, so it's 12.5%, so it's 12-ish. Okay, I thought it was 11%. I was doing the order of things wrong. Yeah, so that also doesn't work. Thank you so much, Scary Spikes. I really appreciate that. That puts us at, oh shit, that puts us at 20. Thank you. You're an angel. That puts us at 20. You know what's crazy is I was really good at math, and then I just sort of stopped going to school. You know what's really crazy? Math PhD here, 8 to 9, it's a 12.5% increase. Okay, thank you. I have the equivalent of a Texas public 10th grade education. I think I've talked to you guys about this before. So, yeah, I forgore. Okay, so this breaks it down by age. Yeah, so look at this. The 50 to 64 age bracket, as of 2025, has the highest percentage, followed by 30 to 49% age bracket, and then 18 to 29 has that. So, you typed it into AI. Google's AI says the 26% number isn't supported anywhere. He literally just made that shit up. Did you just give me 100 fucking subs? Oh my god. Oh my god, I've never had anyone do that before. I'm sorry, I should be saying thank you right now. Thank you. Thank you so fucking much. Holy shit, thank you. Oh my god. Sorry, I feel like I've got like goosebumps. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. That's incredible. And you did it anonymously? Oh my god. Okay, thank you so fucking much. Man, I've been streaming on and off for 5 years. I've never had somebody do that. The USAID check finally cleared. Holy shit. Oh my god. I thank you. Thank you. That's incredible. Wow, okay. That's really incredible. This is Mom Donnie's America? Dang, that's... We have to tweet about this, actually. That's crazy. So my voice is catching. No, I can't even tweet about this. I can't tweet about this because it's gonna be... I can't tweet about this. This is really exciting and I want to talk about it, but I can't tweet about this. Because what's gonna happen is, like, it's gonna be, like, hundreds of fucking men commenting on it, saying how, like, oh, I've been streaming for so long and it's never happened before because I'm fucking worthless and no one cares about what I have to say and, like, I'm ugly and blah, blah, blah. Like, that's what it's gonna get fucking swamped with. And I'm gonna have to be like, well, I streamed, like, once a year for the last, like, 4 years. And, no, I'm not gonna let people ruin this for me. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna open it up to that. I'm not gonna let people ruin this for me. We're just gonna fucking enjoy that this happened. And We're going to say thank you, thank you, thank you so much. This is absolutely incredible. And we're going to get back to what we were talking about. Okay. Yeah, we're just going to enjoy something good. Whoa. Wait, hold on. What? No, hold on. Is this like a... Can these be... Can these be taken back? Wait, hold on. Okay, hold on. I don't know what's happening right now. Because we were talking about scams, and this started happening, and it's someone who's anonymous. They can be charged back? They can be back charged? Okay. This is not normal. Okay, alright. Okay, Twitch fights pretty hard on sub chargebacks? Okay. Okay. I'm just not gonna... I'm just not gonna wait to spend it. I'm just not gonna consider this money that I have. Okay, I'm gonna take it off automatic withdrawal, and I'm just not gonna consider this money that I have. Yeah, anonymously gifting 200 gifted subs is like so much that's never happened before that I don't... okay. Okay. Thank you. Repeal all amendments? It could be very nice, but that's nearly $1,000. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna turn off autopay. We're gonna consider this a very wild, nice, good thing that's happening right now. Yeah, I'm not gonna... Okay, alright. If this is real, I am so incredibly fucking grateful. Occam's razor is that someone wants to be nice and support someone who deserves it. Not the way I'm treated online. Not with the way I'm treated online, no. With the way I'm treated online, Occam's razor is that this is someone trying to get me to spend money I don't have so that they can refund it and hurt me. Okay, we're gonna chill. We're gonna chill for a minute. I'm gonna get up for a second. Tell me you have PTSD without telling me. Oh, I very much have PTSD, yes. I'm gonna take a second, okay? I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna take a second. Hi. Okay. So, our sub count is sitting at 220 right now. Yeah, I had to go do some breathing and remind myself that sometimes good things can happen and to not freak out. Okay. Your hair looks really nice. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So, thank you so much. I'm so incredibly grateful. Did you guys hear that? Yeah? Yeah? Well, don't. You want to be up here? You want to come say hi? Here, let me move this for you. Can you guys hear her tiny little meows? Can you hear them? They're so soft. You want to come say hi? Where'd you go? Oh, you're right behind me. Of course you are. Yeah. Oh, we can play in a little bit. I know. Every single time I'm in here, she wants to play. Oh, I know the light's scary. It's okay. That's okay. We're gonna play in a little bit, okay? That's why she's crying, because she wants to play. Thank you so much to whoever just gifted 200 subs. That is fucking incredible. I am so incredibly grateful. Truly, thank you. We are going to keep it going with our stream. Is she a young cat? Yes. She was 5 months old when I got her, which I believe was in March. So she's like a year, maybe? Yeah, a year old. A little over a year. Oh. But she looks so little. So, yeah, she's still very young. Okay. My little mini heart attack aside there, she will come back. Let's keep going. We're going to keep breaking this down. So we were looking at this Pew Research breakdown. We're trying to figure out where this number comes from. Okay, so we found one source that talked about the breakdown of people being scammed by gender. That was from Gallup. Oops, no baby. Thank you. That was from Gallup poll. Come on. Beautiful, wonderful, love this. That was from Gallup poll in 2023. So now we are looking at Pew Research from 2025. And the way that they have this broken down is, let's see, age groups, race, income, the ways in which they were scammed, like phone calls, social media, whether or not they lost money, what percentage say it had a big impact, whether they contacted law enforcement. Okay, so this is very interesting. This actually has the age breakdown that I was talking about. This is funny because in 2023, there was a much more even split amongst age groups. Now when we look at 2025, we do see this very large difference in age groups, which I think that why I thought that it would consistently show this discrepancy amongst generations was because I'm thinking about how scams are now. And I think scams are much more advanced now, even than they were a couple of years ago. And that also it's younger people who are much more, I would argue that younger people are much more burnt out on it and hesitant and aware of scams now than they were even a few years ago, right? Like, I don't answer my phone unless I know who it is. And I think a lot of young people are the same way now in 2025, whereas I would argue that older people probably much more likely to answer the phone, probably much more likely to um, probably much more likely to respond to text messages. And even in the past couple of years, like the way that scams have evolved, you'll get text messages that seem like it's like a human being talking. And then they'll just chat and talk with you. I've done this a couple of times. And so that wasn't the case in 2022, 2023, right? And I also saw, like, I don't know if you guys saw it, there was a viral tweet recently about a scam email that came out where they used, I believe it was like, they used two letters and put them really close to each other to make it look like it was a different letter, to make it look like it was an actual real email from the actual real company. Very tricky, hard to spot. So I think that scams have advanced in the past couple of years, and that explains why the age discrepancy is more extreme now and more in line with what I thought now, because I was thinking about now, you know? Yes, the Microsoft one. Okay, Scary Spikes know exactly what I'm talking about. Let me show you guys this. So if you haven't seen it, I'll show you. Check this out. So recently something that went viral was a company called it was an email from that company, this company, and now in this font you can tell that's an R and an N, but the way that it looked on Twitter was the email, it looked identical to an M, so it looked like Microsoft. So if you weren't paying attention, they were almost perfectly able to spoof an email from Microsoft.com trying to get this person's login information. And when they looked very closely, they could see it was from an rmicrosoft.com, which is crazy. Okay. So this actually says that if you are 30 or under, this is how people perceive it. That they think that like 84% of US adults think that adults 65 and older are very likely to fall for a scam, whereas only 22% of adults think that adults 30 and under are likely. So that is very interesting. This is an opinion poll, which is very interesting. Yeah, Robert Microsoft. So true. Okay. This doesn't seem to have a breakdown by gender, because you'd think if there was going to be a breakdown by gender, it wouldn't be buried this far into it. Yeah, they're even getting to by part. Ooh, there's more. There's like 4 pages to this. Ooh, maybe it will be. Oh no, that's acknowledgements. Okay. Is there a way to turn up your volume? God, I wish. Am I too quiet? If I talk to you guys, like, if I pull... Yes, thank you. Crash Tag says, hi everyone, Merrick here, please give me all your money. You know what's crazy is that I actually do have to worry about people scamming as me. People will DM me and they'll be like, why the fuck did you ask me for all that money? And I'm like, this is the first time we've ever DM'd on this account. And they're like, yeah, but on your other account. And I'm like, no, honey. Yeah, okay, so I want to say something, while we're on the topic of scams, I want to say something right here, right now. I am never going to ask you for money. I will never DM you asking you for money. There have been times on stream where we're doing fundraisers where I've asked you for money. I think I asked you for money when I was trying to fundraise for moving across the country. I was going through my divorce and I was trying to fundraise for my friend's cancer treatment. I came on stream and I, in front of the camera, asked you guys for money. But I'm never gonna DM you off any of my accounts and ask you for money. I will never do that. So if someone is DMing you with my pictures and my name asking you for money, that is a scam. I will never, under any circumstances, do that. And if I am doing it, it's gonna be from my big main account, and I'm gonna make a post or something saying, this is why I'm asking you for money, and I'll attach that post in the message I send you. But like, that's never gonna happen, you know? So yeah, just be aware. If someone is posting as me and it's a small account and they're using my pictures and they're using my name, if they're speaking in broken English, if they're really, really, really pushing for donations or weird links, that's not me. Yeah, it would be very public. If I ever ask for money, it's going to be very public. Right. Yeah, you're not talking to me on Tinder. I do not have a Tinder. Okay? I don't have a Tinder account. I do have a Bumble account, and I do have a Hinge account. And those are set to Salt Lake City. Okay? If you're talking to me on Tinder, you're not talking to me. I am banned from Tinder, okay? Oh, and I don't have a Venmo. I mean, I have a Venmo, but I use it to pay my rent, and it's my legal name. So, why are you banned from Tinder? I think because, Merrick talking in broken English seems pretty normal, to be honest. So true. Yeah, I'm actually banned from Tinder. So I'm banned from Tinder, and I think that's because, like, 7 years ago, my husband wanted us to make, like, a joint account or something. And I'm fairly certain that's what I've been banned for. So I've been banned from Tinder long before you guys even knew I had an online presence. So if you're talking to me on Tinder, no, you're not. Yeah, I had a psycho husband. Yeah. Well, technically, but we're working on it. But we've been married for 6 years. DM one of my official accounts. You and I need to have a talk. Oh yeah, and a bunch of e-famous women are banned from dating sites because people pretend to be them. I mean, it's possible it's that too. You don't really ever get a real reason why you're banned. They don't tell you, you just are. So I don't really know. That's my best guess. Also, because I do sex work, that could be another reason why I was banned. Anyway, so let's get back to what Ding Dong is saying here, because we're going down a rabbit hole.
More likely to be financially scammed online. They are 3 times more likely to fall prey to psychics and tarot card readings and astrology and mediums. The same emotional vulnerability that shows up there also shows up in politics. Many call it.
I do have to wonder. If that part is true. I don't know how you would study that. I feel like, so this is the problem with basically everything this guy is saying, is that these are big, vague claims that that I don't think that there are studies attached to, that you can't really look up. And then the one actual claim that he does make that has like a hard number we look up and it's not real. I do think it's very funny to talk shit on women thinking that tarot and astrology is like valid or interesting in any way when he is a real religious person. You're the same. You are the same. You're the same kind of person. I'm so sorry. Crystal mommies are legitimately dangerous. It's connected to theosophy, but he's not saying that really. Yeah, the call is coming from inside the house. I'm so sorry. If you are a very religious person, you don't get to talk shit on anyone else's spirituality. Only I, as an atheist, get to laugh at all of you, okay? And really, preferably, we would simply respect all of you, right? Now listen, I constantly meme that I am astrology's biggest hater. And something that's very funny, actually, is, I love to tell astrology girlies that I am astrology's biggest hater because they always go, "Ooh, that's so interesting. Let me guess, Aries." And then I go, "Fuck off." Fuck you, fuck off. Like every fucking time. It's so funny. Um no, but astrology girlies do love when I tell them, because I'm not an asshole about it, right? Like girls will be like, "Oh, it's your sign," and I'm like, "No, girl." I'm like, "No, no, no. You don't want to know. You don't want to talk to me about this. I'm astrology's biggest hater," right? And you can say anything to anybody as long as you're like funny and cute and cool about it, right? If I was like, astrology's fucking stupid. I'm astrology's biggest hater," like obviously they would be like, "Oh, all right, cool, I guess." Like that would be uncomfortable. But I'm like, "No, girly pop, like no, 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 no." And so there's like two or three signs that they always go to whenever I say this. And they always guess my sign correctly. And I'm like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, okay, whatever." I'm like, "Fuck you, idiot," to a woman who immediately clocks me. Yeah. Um, no. Yeah, my sign is stop. I do think it's funny though. Like it's like a funny thing because I guess the thing about Aries is that they're like hot-headed and temperamental. So whenever I'm like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, I'm its biggest hater," they're like, "Okay, well there's like two or three signs that I think you could be." Um but yeah, like so it is really funny, like stuff like this is actually one of the reasons why I am astrology's biggest hater. And I'll talk to people about this. And what's really interesting is that like the vast majority of women who are into astrology or who are astrology girlies, they all say the same thing to you. They go, "It's funny, it's interesting, it's like a fun thing to kind of dabble in." Like basically they enjoy the pattern recognition is what it is. They enjoy the pattern recognition. It's like a fun thing to talk to other people about. They don't really think it's real. And trust me, because I was like deranged about this. I had like a stick up my ass about this for a while, and they don't think it's fucking real. They don't. They're like, "It's cute and it's fun, but I would never base a life decision off of it. I would never base a decision about a partner off of it," right? And are there some women out there who absolutely believe astrology is real? Yeah, of course there are, right? But the vast majority of women are just like, "Nah, I don't know, it's fun." So, um, are you an Aries? Yes. Yes, I am. They always clock my shit. Um, so yeah, I would say that the vast majority of them are not true believers. I mean, I live in Santa Cruz, California. Everyone here thinks it's real. Okay, well, yeah, that might be because you live in Santa Cruz, California. I think anywhere where you're gonna have like a high concentration of like very spiritual granola people, like you're gonna have a higher concentration of people who think it's real, right? Like that does not surprise me earlier. But I am a big astrology hater, right? It's the crystal mommy zone. Yeah, crystal mommies scare me because I do think that it is like tarot cards and astrology. I've been saying this for a really long. Seen a man really popularly make this connection, but I've seen like anonymous accounts quibbling about it here and there, right? Using it as a thing to say that women are irrational. I also just, I came up in the strip club. Um, I I spent 7 years dancing. All of the strippers love astrology. They love it, right? And so I would always just be like, "Man," I would listen to them talk about it too, right? And I just be like, "None of this shit makes any sense." And I think like for a really long time I've dealt with being told that I'm irrational and emotional because I'm a woman, because we talk about politics, right? So of course this is something that I get told pretty consistently, a lot more than other women do, because we are talking about serious things. We are talking about stuff that involves needing to look at data, everything that asshole over here is saying, right? Um, and I personally have always been like, I feel like astrology being a female coded thing is not good for us, because I want to liberate my sisters from astrology, okay? I want my women to unshackle themselves from the narrative that they are irrational emotional thinkers. I want women to be perceived as systemic thinkers. I want us to all be looking at data and building our worldview off of what seems to be the closest possible, most verifiable truth possible, right? I want to free my sisters from the shackles of astrology. You're not dramatic and irrational because you're a woman. You're dramatic and irrational because you're unwell. That's so true. That's so funny. That's like my joke of I'm not fucked up. You don't know I'm fucked up because I'm a sex worker. You know I'm fucked up because I'm funny. You should make a YouTube video about this so I can show a friend of mine who's super into astrology but also women's liberation. Well, okay. So the problem is that if I like fixate on astrology and like the irrationality behind it, you kind of run the risk of playing into you run the risk of potentially playing into misogyny yourself, right? Um, because the thing is, like, a lot of people, men also make a lot of decisions that are very irrational and very emotional. So to fixate on women's general perceived interest in astrology, if you fixate on that too much, and if you don't talk about it the right way and with the right level of sensitivity, you can end up just sort of like reinforcing that misogynistic talking point, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I might, but I would have to be very careful about it. I would have to put a lot of time and thought and effort into it. Which I try to do with every piece of pre-made content that I put out, which is why I never put out any pre-made content, because I'm like, this is never good enough, and I freak out, and it's not perfect, so it never gets released. Anyway.
Emotional vulnerability that shows up there also shows up in politics. Many call it suicidal empathy. So I believe that we should return to the household vote, where women
So suicidal empathy, I really, really, really want you to take from this, if you take anything from this, I want you to take from it that they are using this term suicidal empathy to dog whistle that women should not have the right to vote. So what he is talking about right now is this is something called headship voting, and they've been talking about headship voting for a while now. Headship voting is this concept where households have one vote, and it has to be a man that casts a vote for the household. So, where I live right now, this is considered my household. It's a household of one, right? Because it's just me, I live alone. So my household would not be able to vote because there is not a man in it. Now, there is, let's say your household is a couple, right? Say you're boyfriend and girlfriend and you've lived together for 2-3 years. I don't know if you're considered a household. I don't know if, because he's your boyfriend and not legally and not your husband, I don't know if he legally gets to vote for you. That might be a situation where he gets to legally vote because he's considered a household of one and you're considered a household of one and you guys live together, but only he gets to vote and you just don't. I don't know. So the actual logistics of doing something like one household, one vote is, I mean, they would never be able to do it. They would never be able to fucking do it because it's just so messy. It would take forever for them to legislate being able to do something like that. What if it's 10 dudes? What about a fraternity? Yeah, so that's the other question, right? Let's say that you have 2 Republican gay men living together. Well, they'll probably count that as a necessary loss. They'll probably Charlie Kirk that shit. That, you know, they'll say it's necessary to have some Republican male votes lost so that overall they can keep it exclusively Republican men voting. I almost guarantee you that's what they would say. To be honest, do these technicalities matter when it's pretty clear they just want property-owning white men to vote? Well, so that's what I'm kind of saying. I think at the end of the day, that technicality, I don't think that it would end up voting, or it would end up mattering, right? Because I do think that they would say, like, some losses are necessary. Because overall, what would end up happening is, yes, you would lose some men. You would lose some, like, white Republican men. But you would disenfranchise tons of Democrats, right? And it would just always be in their favor no matter what. So it would be unnecessary loss, is basically what I think would end up happening. That said, it would cause insane infighting amongst right-wingers, and they would never be able to, I don't think that they would ever be able to get it through Congress because of the infighting that it would create. Well, and that's the other thing, right? Is if it was only property owners, then they would have to find a way to where women. So basically, what they would end up doing is they would say if you were a male property owner, that's how they would write the law. The electoral map, if only men voted, is consistently a sea of red. Yes. Yes. So every piece of information that we have shows that if only men were to vote, it would always be Republicans they would win every election from the municipal level all the way to the federal level. That Republicans would win every election ever in this country. So. I don't know about only white men, because the thing is, when we look at those election maps that show only men, men of color are included in that as well. The thing is, because there's more white men in this country, there's more white conservative men in this country than there are, like, Democratic men of color, it just wouldn't matter. They would end up drowning them out, like, easily. You also have to consider the fact that there has been a rightward shift amongst men of color, right? So we've got a shift in Latino voters, we've had a shift in black male voters. Black men and Latino men exclusively have done a rightward shift. We have not seen that same kind of rightward shift in Latino women or Latino black women. Did I just say Latino black women? Sorry, in Latino women or black women. We have not seen that same level of rightward shift amongst their demographics. So it really wouldn't matter if you didn't cut out black and Latino men. White women vote Republican more than POC men. That's true. I believe that is actually still, well, I don't know. I don't know if that's still true, right? Because after what we saw with these midterms, that might not necessarily be the case. White women voting more Republican than POC men was absolutely the case in 2024. It was absolutely the case prior. But I have to wonder, because what we saw 2 days ago was like totally insane. It was way more than anyone thought we would see. We flipped the entire state of Virginia. Multiple places in Georgia. There was, Supreme Court seats in Pennsylvania? We saw shifts in numbers that outperformed like how Kamala Harris did at every level. Hey, what are you doing? It's okay. So I don't know. Those statistics for women might be changing, actually. And that's something that we're going to have to wait and see, if that's a temporary shift or if there's even really been a shift at all. So, it seems pretty apparent that there has been a shift, but the question is it significant in the white woman demographic? Why white women lean more right-wing? What do you think? Because I think for a long time, racial politics... Okay, so this is a really big and really kind of challenging question, right? Honey, this can't be comfortable. This can't feel good. No, you're gonna fall. Oh my god, she's trying to, like, start rolling right now. And, like rolling her body around and scratching while she's positioned like this. You're gonna fall off the chair. She does this on the corner of the mattress and falls off the bed daily. Okay, well, I'm gonna move her before we have this complicated conversation. Hey, it makes me nervous when you do this. I hate when you do this with the chair. Come here. Oh, come here. I'm gonna pick you up. There we go. I'm gonna put you down, okay? Okay? Yeah, I'm gonna put you down. Okay. So, I think Why do white women lean more right wing? What do you think? Okay, so for a long time in this country, the primary, I believe that the primary demographic struggle, the primary social struggles have been racial in nature, right? So, I also think it has to do with like hierarchy, right? Um, I think a lot of white women have understood a lot of okay, how do we break this down? So women have become more liberal over time as they've gotten more rights and as they've become more educated, right? So this is something that we see in liberal democracies. The more free a society gets and the more educated a populace gets, a demographic gets, the more they tend to vote democratically, the more they tend to vote liberally, right? And so for a long time, historically, women were not very educated. For a long time, historically, women did not have a ton of rights, white women, but what white women did have was power over people of color. They had a racial power. That was the one thing that they had, okay? So when that's the one thing that you have, that's something that a lot of people are going to cling to, right? So there is a quote from Lyndon Baines Johnson, and we have talked about it on the show before. Give me 1 second, honey. I'm sorry. Okay. Get out of here. Oh my god, I can't see it because I have ads. That's fucking disgusting. Get out of here. You sound like you're really sad and it's kind of tearing me apart. I want to play with you, but I can't play with you right now because mommy's on stream right now. Mommy's working right now, okay? This is what we gotta do to make sure that we can afford the good food, okay? Okay, so there is a quote from Lyndon Baines Johnson, and it says, "If you can convince the lowest white man that he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you." Right? And I think that when we put this into perspective, we can think about why a white woman who, if you can convince the lowest down white person that she's better than the best colored man, she won't notice that you're holding her as property. Or she will understand that having someone else to point to kind of takes some of the heat and some of the white man's hate and resentment off of her, and it puts it onto someone else. So we also kind of see this when we look at women who are emotionally invested in feminism on a superficial level for themselves, but they don't really care about feminism for, say, trans women, or they don't really care about feminism for women in the third world, or they don't really care specifically about how gender roles hurt men, right? So there's a lot of women who will take that hand that is choking them, that is oppressing them, and they will take it and they will put it on a man because they think that in that moment that makes them free, not realizing that in a roundabout way it will end up hurting them too, right? So it's the same thing with racial politics. So we had a lot of white women for a long time. The only thing keeping them from having an even worse life outcome was black people, Native people, Asian people, whatever, being below them. So I think that that plays a really, really, really big part in it. I also think that a lot of women, for a long time, we've seen as the generations have gone on, women have gotten more and more and more liberal. Men have also gotten more and more liberal. I think also for a long time, women were not really educated very well, right? We are just recently, I would say in the last like couple decades or so, right? When I mean recently, becoming very educated. And this is like something we talked about earlier, right? Women are now more educated than a lot of men are. And that also is a reflection of the fact that women tend to vote more liberal and more democratic. So for a long time, women were pretty ignorant, which means they were voting conservative. They were voting what their churches told them to vote, what their dads told them to vote, what their husbands told them to vote, right? Because their husbands and their dads and their church leaders were more educated than them, and thus had more control over them. There's a number of complicated things that go into it, right? Let me see. Hold on, I have a date at 7, so I have to text. It's almost 5 o'clock here, so I have to text him. Okay. Good connection to the... Did you just use quotations when you said date? No, I didn't mean to imply that. No. No, I meant to be like, ooh, spicy, I have a date. I didn't mean to be like, I have a date. If that's how I said it, it's because I wasn't really paying attention because I was also texting. Sorry, that's not what I meant. No, I have a date. That I'm looking forward to. Yeah. So, okay. Let's see.
Share their thoughts with their fathers or their husbands,
I've got like an
and
hour
the
and a
men
half
in their
before I
life
even
make
have
the
to go.
final decision. Men are not perfect, but they are far more fit to rule with logic, and they are less likely to be deceived in political matters. So,
okay, so yeah, this is really this is the whole thing, right? All of the stuff that he said before, all the chirping, the line that he just said, men are not perfect, but they are more logical and they're less likely to be deceived in political matters. That's really the whole thing he's saying. He's just saying it and repeating it in different ways, right? Men are logical, women are emotional. Deceived in political matters is very funny because men tend to vote right wing, they tend to vote conservative, and conservatives don't have, I mean, the vast majority of men are lower class. They're middle to lower class, and conservatives do not have the middle to lower class interests in mind or in heart. Republicans serve the upper class. So, pretty much all conservative men are getting bamboozled constantly and being deceived in political matters constantly. And that's not to say that the Democrats are the champions of the working man. They're fucking not, right? But it's just very, very, very funny and ironic to be like, yeah, man, men vote for the fuck you, I hope you die unless you're my rich donor party. And that's why they're just so much more logical than women who don't vote for the fuck you and I hope you die, I only give a fuck about my rich donor party as much. Hilarious. That's logic and reason right there for you. Okay, big dog.
I don't believe that we should repeal the 19th Amendment because I don't love women. I believe we should repeal the 19th Amendment because I love America and I love American women enough to protect them and our nation from their political exploitation.
Yes, this is lying and manipulation, yes. Actual gaslighting, yes. I don't know that it's gaslighting because gaslighting tries to make you think that you're crazy, but it is lying and manipulation of the highest order. It is a lot protecting, yes. So true. I want to protect you by making you property. Don't you understand? You silly little girl. I'm making you chattel out of love. Okay. It's so new atheist, I hate it. Why did Richard Dawkins do this to us? Why did Richard Dawkins do this to us? Okay, so let's look at what I said. Oh, do you guys want to hate on hoe math for a second? Okay. So, this lady, Antifa Girlfriend, who I've seen some pretty good tweets from her. I should actually follow her because I've seen she follows me. I should follow her back. Seen some pretty good tweets from her. What is this? This looks like this tweet no longer exists. But clearly we can see from the context, wow, I can't believe the elderly sexual predator candidate didn't do well with young female voters. So right now, the entire timeline is talking about how because we saw this big blue Democratic sweep a couple of nights ago, that it's because of women. And so there's some stats that have come out that show 70% of women voted for this blue candidate, 85% of women voted for this blue candidate. It's broken down like that, right? And so there's a bunch of... You need a profile pic that doesn't blend into the website's dark mode so subtly? I don't know what... Man, somebody else said that to me recently where they thought I looked black in my profile picture. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'll update my profile picture. Whatever. Anyway, so that's what the whole website's been talking about, right? And so clearly we can see this quote tweet, wow, I can't believe this is about Mamdani and Cuomo, because women did not vote for Cuomo. They voted for Mamdani. Wow. I can't imagine why, right? Wow, I can't believe this elderly sexual predator candidate didn't do well with young female voters. So she says this, she gets 190,000 likes. Because she's fucking correct, and that's obvious, right? So then Homath, this guy is incredible. This guy is incredible. He is one of the dumbest, most virulent, hateful misogyny accounts on this platform. Yes, of course Curtis Yarvin follows him. Yeah, of course. Rivellino, if you will be so kind as to remember, has had me blocked 3 separate times. Apparently not anymore. I may have had a lot of different accounts. He's had me blocked a lot. He's very funny. I like Rivellino. And by that, I mean I like arguing with him and making fun of him. Reddit lies. This woman is insane, by the way. This is Radfem Hitler, and I am glued to her tweets. She is completely nuts. Her pinned tweet is about how, men are inferior because most of them are not ensouled. And what she means by ensouled is that their mother didn't have an orgasm while conceiving them, so they don't have a soul. She just says crazy shit like that all the time. And I'm almost certain that more than half of it has to be trolling. She's also, done, Holocaust denial, but then she's, a crazy feminist. I kind of love her. I don't think I would ever be able to have, a real conversation with her, and I think that she's, kind of a shitty right-winger in a lot of ways, but she is an online train wreck that I will never stop watching. I love her. Okay. So he quote tweets her, Homath, and he says, women openly admit that they always vote for whoever gives them the most sex tingles, and they have absolutely no idea why anyone would ever not let them vote. I voted for infinity murdering retards because the murder retard guy felt less icky. Take that, Nazis. Okay. Right. So you know how the other guy, Dale Partridge, the guy who was just saying stuff, and there were a couple of things he said where I was like, you can't, the stuff that these guys say is so crazy, and it's not a quantifiable claim at all, that it's how do you even begin to argue against this, because it's so nuts. This Homath guy is on a completely different level, where it's you're not even making real arguments that can be measured or quantified or argued against in any real way. You're just saying batshit insane things. And like, it's really frustrating because in a normal, good, real world, people would see that and they would be like, what? But in this world, something like this gets 5.4 thousand likes. So she says, I can't believe young women didn't vote for an old sexual predator. And he sees that and says, this is a woman admitting that women only vote for men they're sexually aroused by. It's so, the response is so disconnected from reality and so completely disconnected from the claim being made that it's like, how do you even begin to properly address that, right? Like, I don't know. And you know what's crazy is that he spends all of his time quote tweeting women. He never quote tweets me. He never quote tweets me. And I've said some stuff to him. I've been in his responses, like, explaining to him how and why what he's saying is completely illogical and completely disconnected from reality. And he's not this brilliant facts and logic, statistics, mathematician, debater that he thinks he is. And he never responds to me directly, and he never quote tweets me. So I say to him, I don't want to support a sexual predator is not even remotely close to I vote for people I'm sexually attracted to. You are actually mentally ill if you think those are the same thing. So then someone replies to me and they said, if you knew how words worked, you'd know that by saying the first, she means the second. He doesn't respond to me. He responds to this guy. And he said, they're never going to learn how words work. What I said gave her an icky no sex feeling, so she voted against it. To which I said, it's actually impressive that you haven't walked into the road and gotten hit by a car because you weren't paying attention. So these people are so fucking stupid and so disconnected. Like, it is really funny that the kind of people who genuinely believe that they are intellectually and my intellectual superior, my emotional superior, and my intellectual superior, he turned you down, lady, walk away. Nice tits. Hysterical, emotional, irrational. Emotional thinkers. Merrick, you're gonna make me open another Twitter account, start calling all these people pedophiles. That's so funny. Yes, we need to strap them into the device. Marmite, good evening. Yeah, so I think that it's like the thing that is really like frustrating when you interact with misogynists is that they are less rational, less intelligent, less emotionally capable of me by orders of magnitude, right? I am better than these people will ever be in every way possible. And yet they'll still condescend to you, right? It's like the least intelligent, least capable people who will talk down to you. And they genuinely believe, they really in their heart of hearts believe that they're better than me. And it's like, that's wild. That's really fucking wild. Misogynists are literally ruled by their feelings by how much they hate women. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna ask Twitter if I can pay them to let me have my old account back. Oh yeah, weren't you you were hinting at that you had a big political account? So yeah, I think that this is crazy. And 223 likes. What about he's a sexual predator do you not get? So, yeah, that was just, we're making fun of, we're looking at the insane interactions we had with home math for a second. Okay. So what really fucking popped off? So I say, no, baby. Okay, thank you. So I say, women should collectively get to hunt one man for sport a month, and we should start with this guy. Have you guys seen the Theo Von? Hold on. Theo Von says a lot of really dumb shit, but he has this absolutely beautiful quote. This is what I was referencing, by the way.
What's that? He has like a disease or something where you can't talk. He had a stutter.
Hold on. It's like this is a you've probably heard this audio before, and it's going to be very loud, and I'm sorry. Let me try to turn it down. So this audio is all over Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. Let me play it for you.
Oh, I think a woman should be able to kill one man a month. What's that?
So it's like 3 different clips of him stitched together, but...
Oh, I think a woman should be able to kill one man a month.
I think a woman should be able to kill one man a month. It's hilarious. It's so fucking funny. And then it's followed by, like, usually they'll be like, it's... So they have it cut short, where the next one is, he had that disease where he couldn't talk, he had a stutter. The next one is, the doctor said that I was born with the heart of a large cat. like, that's what the audio usually is, or like the rib cage of a large cat. It's something fucking stupid like that, right? But this is what I was referencing when I said I think women should get to hunt one man a month. And so, like, clearly I'm not being fucking serious. I think women should get to kill one man a month. It's beautiful. This is Theo Von's broken clock moment. No, it's true. What the worst incel says about women pales in comparison to what the average radfem says about men. You know what? This is so interesting because we once on this stream did a deep dive into the incel forums. I went onto their forums and we looked around to see the kind of stuff they were saying. And I started taking screenshots and publishing the stuff they were saying. And it was so bad that the actual incels.co Twitter account started fighting with me and closed their entire forum down to the public. He made the entire forum private and you couldn't go on it anymore because the incels on there were encouraging each other to commit suicide. They were being incredibly racist towards one another. They were talking about how whenever they see pregnant women, they fantasize about murdering them, how they fantasize about pushing them downstairs so that they can kill their baby and hopefully kill the mom too. They were talking about how every day they fantasize about kidnapping women, just random women or women they know in their lives, so that they can hold them in their houses and rape and torture them daily. This was just stuff we found within... How long did it take, chat? Some of you, a bunch of you in here were probably there when we did that. I know it was a couple of years ago. But, I mean, we found this stuff within, 5 minutes? Just from boards that were, linked to, the front page. It was less than 2 years ago? Yeah. I was there, yeah, it was crazy accessible. Yeah. I mean, we found this stuff immediately. So every single day in my public mentions and in my inboxes, less than 5 minutes. Oh, it was less than 5 minutes, yeah. We found it quick. Yeah. Yeah. A fringe forum? That's the official forum. Every single day in my public comments and my public mentions and in my DMs, tons of men talk about how they want to rape, murder, and torture me in public. How I shouldn't get to vote. How I'm basically not even a real human being because I have an OnlyFans, things like that. It's really public. You can go look on my posts right now and you'll find it. So, radfems, who I've done a lot of fighting with radfems, actually. Yeah, this is not a fight that you want to pick, because I have done a lot of fighting with radfems. Radfems say crazy stuff. The difference is, men actually go out and rape and torture and kill women. Women are not, to any significant degree. Are you not a radfem? Yeah, again, you have a childlike worldview. You know how you came in here and you were like, the British Empire that you hate so much got rid of this practice? Yeah, I'm not a radfem. Radfems hate me. Radfems talk about killing me. Earlier on this stream, I told you that I read The Boy Crisis. I told you I was talking about how men are falling behind in school because they're overdiagnosed with ADHD. You don't know what a radfem is. If you think I'm a radfem, you don't know what these terms are and you should not be using them. Again, you are not equipped for this discussion. No, I'm not a radfem. So, radfems go online and they say a lot of crazy shit. Bro, you have a post saying about killing men. Do you think if I say for the 10th time, this is a joke, about 2 minutes after showing that I was referencing a Theo Von joke, do you think this guy will get that it's not serious? Or do you think that no matter how many times it's broken down and explained to him point by point by point, and even maybe if I tell him what joke it's referencing 7 more times, do you think maybe he'll get it? I don't think so. I do think it's really funny that, like, his mind is already made up. He's always going to think that I am an evil incels are joking. Incels go on real life shooting sprees. No, they're not. They're horrible to each other. No, they're not. Who does the domestic violence, the raping, and the killing? It's men. They do it. And they do it to each other, too. You're not joking. This is who you people are. No. No. You guys do real world violence. You're not joking. Men have excess testosterone but built the civilization you live in. People fantasizing about killing their oppressors is not the same thing. When women say this, it's a direct result of the violence they're experiencing. It's not for no reason. Yeah, so a lot of I think one of my more controversial positions that I take is that I fight with radfems, and I think that a lot of what they actually believe and a lot of their hurt and a lot of their political positions are bad. And the reason why I think they're bad is because I think that they're reactionary. I think that they are harmful. I think that they are, in a lot of their own ways, very conservative. I think that the world that they want to see would be bad. However, it doesn't come from nowhere, and it doesn't come from a weird misplaced sense of wanting to hold on to power. Most radfems are radfems because they have been horrifically abused by men, or they've watched their mothers and sisters be horrifically abused by men in ways that would make your fucking skin crawl. So, a lot of radfems are coming from a place of very deep hurt and PTSD, right? And so while I completely condemn a lot of their reactionary views, and I think a lot of they tend to be TERFs, they tend to be SWERFs, I also understand where a lot of it comes from, and I am able to empathize with it without excusing it, right? The same way I am able to empathize with men who are very lonely and who are very socially awkward and who have never really felt love, and who, it's not that they want sex, it's that they want companionship and they want love, and they don't know how to get that, and they're very frustrated by it, and so they go online and they say shitty stuff, right? I can empathize with that without excusing it. Now, there's a pretty big difference between I'm lonely, so I threaten women and I troll them, and I have a lot of hate in my heart because I was raped repeatedly when I was a child, and all the men in my life looked the other way or let it happen or blamed me. And I've had my humanity questioned my entire fucking life. When you talk to radfems, these are the stories you hear. How I was beaten my entire childhood by my father, right? How I was raped by 3 different fucking men. A lot of them don't live in the United States either. A lot of them don't live in the West. Some of them don't have fucking rights. A lot of them are hiding behind anonymous accounts because a lot of them would be in danger, actually, if people found out the stuff they were saying online. So, it's not the same. It's not even comparable. You as a man who is just lonely, you will never, ever, ever, ever be able to compare that or think that that ever will measure up to the horror and the pain that a lot of these women who have been second-class humans their entire lives have gone through. And I think that a lot of men will be like, well, you can't even know that because you don't know what it means like to be a man who's lonely and isolated. And I don't know what it's like to be a man who's lonely and isolated, but I know what it's like to be a woman who's lonely and isolated. I know what it's like to be a person who's lonely and isolated. I grew up ugly. I grew up ugly. Mommy's had work done, right? And I'm pretty open about that. I grew up ugly. I grew up socially awkward. I'm autistic. I'm ADHD. I didn't have social skills. I didn't have friends when I was in school. I was very ostracized. I was very fucking bullied, right? I was very alone. My parents didn't understand it. They didn't help. I was just told to figure it out. Make friends. What's wrong with you? Figure it out. I was very fucking lonely. I didn't learn how to socialize properly. I didn't learn how to socialize, period, until I worked at the strip club. And I learned that conversation, don't do that. I learned that conversation is a game and that you can run scripts to learn how to talk to people. And I had awkward conversation after awkward conversation that made me want to gouge my eyes out and pull my teeth out, and I did it over and over and over and over again. I showed up night after night after night after night until finally talking to people felt somewhat normal. It felt safe. It wasn't fucking terrifying. And I've talked about this countless times on stream. So incels will sit there and they'll be like, oh, poor pitiful me. I feel lonely and that's the worst thing in the world. And that's why I get to be evil to women. Fuck you. Fuck you. And they'll tell you, you have no idea what it's like. I do. I do. I absolutely know what it's like to be rejected over and over and over and over again. You know what it's like to be rejected by a man that looks like Harvey Weinstein? Of course you fucking don't. It's fucking ridiculous. Come in here and cry. No, I get to fantasize about killing pregnant women, and I get to say that women shouldn't have basic human rights because I'm sad and lonely. Shut up. Do something about it. Stop making fucking excuses. on your social skills and stop blaming everyone else. Nobody helped me. Nobody told me how to do it. I figured it the fuck out because it was sink or swim. Because I was alone in high school. I left my house in high school. I was paying my own bills. I paid every fucking bill of my own since I was 18 years old. I've been homeless. I was homeless when I was 18 years old. Nobody sat there and helped me and held my hand and was like, this is how you make people like you. This is how you get people to stop giving you weird looks. This is how you get to be accepted. And you know what? When I did learn how to talk to people, when I was like 22 in the club, probably 19 or 20, I still wasn't that great at it. I knew how to talk to people in a sexual context. I knew how to have conversations that made sense in the strip club. I knew how to do basic small talk. I didn't get actually good at forming real bonds and like really socializing in any position, like in any social situation, till I was in my late 20s. You're not a special sunflower. You're not a delicate little orchid. And your feelings are so much more important than everyone else's. And your pain of being isolated is so much greater than any woman could ever. Shut the fuck up. You're a bitch. You're a pussy. I'm sorry. Your problem is that you're a self-centered, navel-gazing, narcissistic pussy. But you don't have to be. You really don't fucking have to be. When you start realizing that you are in control of your life and that you can go out and you can talk to people and your autism is not this like crippling thing. Okay, I've always liked you a lot, but now I'm a legit huge fan. I don't think you remember my Twitter, but we had some arguments, but you were always so reasonable. I'm reasonable, I like to think. I'm kind of mean, but I'm reasonable. Here's the deal. You don't have to always be a narcissistic, navel-gazing little pussy, okay? We all engage in self-pity to some degree, right? And we all have real pain. Your pain is valid, but you're letting your pain and you're letting your loneliness and you're letting your understanding of your own universe and how things are not going your way, you're letting that control you. You're letting that control you, and you're letting that make you hate a demographic of people that have nothing to do with your pain. Nothing at all. If you go out there and you talk to people, she has an emotional breakdown. I don't care about her personal story. Okay, cool. Well, I don't care about yours either then. I thought this was a political stream. This is political. The personal is political. You came in here and you wanted to talk about incels. You want to talk about incels. These are the arguments incels make. I'm addressing incel arguments, which are always personal. That is political. Sorry if you don't understand that. Emotional breakdown. That's not what an emotional breakdown is. Me being kind of mean to you is also not what the term emotional breakdown means. If I started like sobbing uncontrollably and having a panic attack and I couldn't put together sentences, that would be an emotional breakdown. No, what I'm doing is being mean to you. That's a little different. And you deserve it. If a dude did that, he would call him cool. This is what male influencers do. This is what male influencers do. They talk crazy shit on their fans. Their male fans will come in and they'll be like this, that, and the other. And they'll be like, you're a bitch, you're a pussy. You just need to grind it out, work 30,000 hours, take advantage of a bunch of different women, make them do sex work for you, and get a Bugatti and no one fucking cares about your feelings. That's how male influencers talk to their fans. Nobody ever says that's an emotional breakdown. They go, wow, he's such an alpha male. He's escaped the Matrix. Shut up. Shark! Hello! Shark, we are talking to misogynistic incels and telling them how their problems are that they need to get their shit together and realize that they are not special little snowflakes and that the world is hard for all of us and that the only way things get better is if we seek authentic connection and do not blame everyone else for our own problems and our own personal shortcomings, and we do not project our own personal emotional failures onto the world around us and think that that makes for adequate political prescriptions. I think we should keep... Okay, that's very funny. I love this. Shark 300. I think we should keep incels, but in a controlled petting zoo kind of way. Damn. Shark, stop having an emotional meltdown. I thought you were a political streamer. I do think it's very funny that, like, I'm, like, telling this person how I understand and empathize, and he's like, I don't give a fuck about your personal story. Well, okay. We should use dialectical materialism. Yeah. Did you see Sydney Sweeney's response to the jeans ad backlash? No, but wasn't that like 10 years ago? I love being emotional. It's more fun than trying not to care. I'm emotional about some things. I think I'm definitely emotional. I'm annoyed. Annoyance is an emotion. Oh my god. I've just ruined everything. Checkmate liberal feminists. I feel annoyance and therefore I'm too emotional and they should take away my right to vote. Yeah, that was so first fiscal quarter. What are we talking about? We're in Q4, please. Why did you move to Utah and do that thing to that... Why did you move to Utah and do that thing to that one podcaster at that one school a bit ago? Literally stop. I told you not to talk about that. Yeah. That wasn't Merrick. That was our Narrick. That's so true. That's so true. That's so true. I know you don't like him, but damn. Please stop telling people about that incident. They captured the guy who did that, okay? Everything's on the up and up. Kash Patel and the Dan Bongino got it right, okay? And there's nothing, no more questions. Nothing's weird about it. Nobody ask any fucking questions. Don't ask about any inconsistencies. Don't tell people that Robert Narrick did it. Okay? I had nothing to do with that one podcaster at that one school that one time in Utah. I was at home, and she will vouch for me. Guys, I'm fudging scared. I'm so scared, guys. So true. Me too, Shark. I'm also fudging scared. Okay, so let's see. I promised you that we were going to break down, that we were going to look at some good male arguments. So I say women should collectively get to hunt one man a month for sport. And we should start with this guy. Crack a little Theo Von style joke. Let's see what good male arguments we have. I don't know who he is or who you are, but your post makes a strong case in support of what he proposes. Okay. Kind of talked about that a little bit. I disagree with his proposal, but this kind of rhetoric is only going to create more division and resentment between men and women. That's right. Men should be able to talk about stripping you of your rights. They should question your intellectual abilities. They should be able to say that you are a lesser human being than them, that you are emotionally and intellectually underdeveloped, and that you should not have rights, that more of your civil rights should be rolled back. And if you are not polite and civil about it, well, gosh darn it, I just think you're part of the problem. Shouldn't you have to be able to say, thank you for your input, sir. Here's why I disagree. Fuck off. What the fuck is this? Want to hear something crazy? This same guy reached out to me in 2015 to be on his media team previewing his book, People Over Profits. It became a bestseller. Fast forward and I see random tweets like that of him, and I'm like, what the fuck happened to him? No. This has got to be a different Dale Partridge. No way this is the same guy. Hi. Ah! 10 years ago. Wait a minute, is this real?
Companies value people over profit. Some overdraft fees. That's what's going on. So is it a company's destiny to just end up with a room full of fists just a few years?
Guys, is this the same guy? Let's look. I think he has the same hairline. Maybe he's got the same eyes. And he's a pastor. No way. This is the same guy. Was he libbed up? Was Dale Partridge libbed up? Let's see, maybe this is different than we think it is. Maybe it's like... Okay. What are you doing? I know you need attention so bad. Mommy's been streaming for 3.5 hours and not paying attention to you. To you. Okay, hold on. No, maybe this has got to be some sort of weird, like, here's how you maximize profits inside of your corporation. I don't think this is necessarily a lefty. Yeah, prioritizing integrity and values in business for lasting success. Ow! Ow! Don't do that. Maybe he met a cute white girl who made him turn to socialism like Obama. Maybe he met a cute bisexual at college, and so he pretended to read Marx and Obama. Marx and Obama, authors who frequently co-wrote together. This eye-opening book posits an inspiring argument that success isn't solely measured by profit margins, but by the enduring impacts companies have on their employees, customers, and communities. With a blend of in-depth research, real-world examples, his compelling personal journey, this book challenges conventional business wisdom and offers a refreshing alternative, one where ethical practices aren't just an afterthought, but the very foundation of enduring prosperity. Yeah, so this is basically just like, hey, if you're kind of nice to people while you run a business, if you like maybe give them like a couple of vacation days, then they'll actually make you more money. So not like crazy libbed up, but more liberal for sure than the Dale Partridge we see today, I'm sure. This was also 10 years ago, though. People change. Yeah, the comments you women are making towards this guy makes me feel like this guy is onto something. Maybe that's why women could not vote early on. It was common sense then. I like this comment because... Hi, I need to get to the books behind you. Hi. So, remember when I showed you this book earlier? Misogyny, the World's Oldest Prejudice? Jack Collins says something in here that really resonated with me and that I've never forgotten. And he talks about how misogyny is so widespread, it's so integrated into our culture, and it has been for so long that misogyny is mistaken for common sense. People will say things to you, kind of like the example that I gave you guys earlier, where I said you've probably heard that men are better at spatial reasoning and math, and women are better at language skills, right? That's not real. That's not real. That comes from the idea that women are not systemic thinkers, that they're not logical thinkers, right? So that comes from misogyny, but you wouldn't even know that because, well, that's just common sense, right? Everyone knows it's true. Everyone knows women are bad at parking and they're bad at math, and they're better at language stuff, right? It's just, that's not real, right? And all the studies show that's not real. So, like this guy said, it was common sense then. Misogyny is so ingrained in our culture that it's just considered common sense. Oh no, the shit-posting brigade on Twitter is making snide remarks that you don't agree with. Better strip half the citizens of the right to vote. Very funny. So, okay, cool. So, this guy says that I think we should kill every man who says anything I don't like. Very cool. Again, there's nothing to really respond to there. If I said what I think we should do about men like this, I'd be banned off off every platform so fast. It would take a collective, because if it was one of you, you wouldn't last an hour. Thank you. But not all the men that are plastic surgeons. Okay, so this big facts and logic argument is that because I've had cosmetic surgery, that I would, I guess, that I'm partial to cosmetic surgeons? I guess that's the thing here. Okay. Very good. Blown out by facts and logic. Because women are known for their hunting abilities and willingness to work in groups. Women work in groups all the time. Just watch one of those Real Housewives episodes. That tells you everything you need to know. Yes, very good, very good. The people who are on the reality TV show are indicative of real life and are why women should not have the right to vote. Okay, so a lot of this is just people, like, taking the proposition for hunting men seriously. Yeah, okay. So Elon Musk is talking about the suicidal empathy thing. Would be, okay, so Patriot C. Patriot C is here to put me in my place. Would be hilarious to see you all hunt a guy and him end up kicking all your asses, then you all run away while screaming for men to come help you. That is the most likely thing to happen on one of these hunts, to be honest. Okay. Okay. Women have this weird way of just blabbing should have things. Who is going to make this happen? Never ever happens until mid. Okay, I don't know. Not really getting a lot of facts and logic here. You're making his case. Truth hurts, lady. People will do anything to deny truth. When it interferes with their ideology, it's called denial. Wow, blown out by facts and logic. You're proving his point. I don't know what this means. Best way to preserve the Republic is to repeal the 19th Amendment immediately. Okay, blown out by facts and logic. The problem isn't women voting, it's that so many women vote with emotion and not logic. Democrat women do not vote based on policy, nor history or understanding the actual Constitution. They vote based on emotion, insecurity, and identity. Ooh, do you guys remember the stream where, we've done this a couple of times, where we've gone through I think it was a Data Center for Progress study where they went through and they asked Democrats and Republicans what policies their parties supported, and Democrats had way, way, way more information and were way, way, way more correct about what policies their parties supported and like what exactly their representatives voted for, and conservatives overwhelmingly thought that their parties supported and put forward Democrat policies, and Republicans overwhelmingly supported Democrat policies, and they thought that basically the parties were switched, where Republican voters consistently believe that Republican representatives vote the way Democrats do. And they actually hated. They didn't know anything about their actual votes. Let's see. Nope, stop advocating for murder, blown out by facts and logic. Wow, actually reprehensible. Okay. Don't be so emotional, blown out by facts and logic. It's just funny because instead of disproving anything of which he said, you resort to hunting this man for sport like he is a deer, yet men are the problem. Blown out by facts and logic. I just reported this tweet. That man would destroy an entire female hunting pack. So true. Man, I don't know. Have you considered just not proving him right? Nah, that would be impossible. Blown out by facts and logic. At least you're not bitter. So true. So true. You have no business voting, sweetie. Wow, stupidity is astounding. I guess it's the white men raping women in Europe and not the immigrants. I don't know why I got stuck in that voice. I guess it's the white men raping women. That was really tough to say. In Europe. Okay. Voting for Democrats at this point should be a shameful black mark on your conscience. We are all noticing and asking ourselves, how do we fix this insanity before our society collapses? Blown out by facts and logic! I think it just goes on like this for forever. Ooh, you can never go wrong with hand tats. And a picture, and a pic of yourself taking a pic of yourself. Very cool. I believe, maybe this is some sort of reference to Eileen Wuornos, but he just has all the facts wrong. He's right. You ladies vote for the most retarded and civilizational destroying shit. You'll vote for invading barbarians that come from places where rape is commonplace and wonder why you don't feel safe on the streets at night. I wonder if he understands that rape is commonplace literally everywhere. Literally everywhere. Ooh! Ho. So true. Blown out by facts and logic! Okay. Where would you get the guns, cars, and various other tools to track the man? Where would you go to get the training to learn all of the skills like shooting and tracking? These are all men-related activities and skills. Could you even do this without there being men involved? Damn, it's almost like this is not a serious proposal. Almost. Like you would get off your cunt to do anything. We would love to see you try. If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you shall have. This is really good. I like this. Okay, hold on. We would love to see you try. If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you shall have. please really consider whether, wrong form of whether, you want to go toe to toe against us. We will defend this man to our death. No, they'll defend this. Every man is going to defend Dale Partridge to their death? This is crazy. I love him. Yes. Yes, okay, checks out. It's very good. I kind of just want to quote tweet this with exactly what he said. That's really fucking funny. If a single woman is angry at any male, the male is 99% in the right. Thanks for showing me this guy. Gonna go boost his posts. Damn, dude, facts and logic. They can't, this is the only thing they can say. Whore. Very good. We'd slaughter you all. Your fantasy becoming reality would soon become a nightmare. I like the Setharoff posting. This is really good. Okay. All women and men should collectively be allowed to spit at the most retarded grifters once a month for a few hours. Both you and the guy you retweeted qualify for the spitting targets. What do you... I wonder what makes me a grifter here. Do you think it's my... Yeah, this is your average enlightened centrist. Do you think it's my consistency over the years? Or it's my, like, dedicated belief in what I actually really believe in? Do you think that's what makes me a grifter? Maybe, we'll see. And you just proved why he is correct. Imagine if a man said this about hunting a woman. You are way too emotional. Thank you, Dr. H.P. Malone, with your Pepe avatar. Maxed out IQ. Thank you for blowing me out with facts and logic. You'll better like it when the Muslims put you in bed sheets. Okay. Ooh, okay, this is good. Okay. God aside, do you men in the comments not know how women are moved mentally against everything good? Women's minds don't move beyond 12 to 15 years old. Do you guys not read? The comments from men here are crazy. Almost like the deep state owns your minds too. I'll know in a minute. Okay. I love that, like, this is what my comments are always like now. Women should have to enlist with the draft like every man has to. I'm against the draft. They're gonna bring up the draft thing a lot. Imagine thinking that modern women could successfully hunt a man. This is crazy to me because it's like, yeah, we live in a modern society, right? Like, there's all kinds of tools that I could use to track somebody. If this was set up in a way where, like, every woman in a region had, like, there was one man that we were, let's say for a second that we're actually doing this, right? Do you know, I mean, we would probably be doing this in a city, right? So, like, that's a lot of women. And we live in modern society with a lot of modern technology, and I've got, like, a lot of like, it's not like I'm using a musket that has to, like, I have to sit there and take, 40 fucking 5 minutes to reload. Like, they're not really thinking this through. And who is going to force men to be hunted? Other men? You think the women are just going to force men into that? Typical modern woman. Just talking with emotion, no substance or logic. Without men helping you, you have nothing. Okay? As a conservative, this guy's retarded. Okay? It's a nice, helpful comment, but I do love retarded. That's very good. Okay. We're busting out a very good. Go hang out with some transgenders. Ooh, go hang out with some transgenders. Okay. Ah, yes, I am Dale Partridge. We are all Dale Partridge. Do you think that that's going to be their new thing? Anytime someone says something like evil and horrible, and you're like, wow, that's evil and horrible, do you think that they're all just going to start going, I am X-Man who said evil and horrible thing. We are all X-Man who said evil and horrible thing? Okay. Women cannot collectively change a light bulb, much less hunt a man. He'd end up saving all the women from starvation after they got lost exiting their house. Let me see if Christ is King is in the bio. No, actually, wow. All right. No religious signaling. Okay. That's cool. This is a great... That's great, though. I love that. Male students show more tolerance for political enemies than females show for their own allies. I want to get my hands on this. Fire data reveals the gender tolerance gap is real. Oh my god, I need to, okay, when this stream is over, I'm getting my hands on this, because anyone who produces something like this, and the byline is, fire data reveals the gender tolerance gap is real, I'm sorry, I'm not taking fucking seriously. Oh, they're not trying to say it's fire, that's an acronym for something. Okay, cool. Yeah, I want to take a look at this later. We're gonna bookmark this. Okay, wait a minute, hold on. This is like being irrationally mad on your period and then getting even madder when the guy asks if you're on your period. No, man, not even the edgiest edgelord. No, man, not even the edgiest edgelord would say men should get to collectively hunt one woman a month for sport. You are evidence you shouldn't vote. I hate tweeting in front of you guys because it just shows you that I really can't fucking spell. Fire are a right-wing libertarian counterpoint to the ACLU, kind of. Yeah, I figured that was probably the case as soon as I realized that it was in all caps and that it was sourced down below, so I'll have to look it up. There are entire communities of men who seriously talk daily. See, women are not better at language. I can't spell for shit. There are entire communities of men who seriously talk daily about killing women who churn out mass shooters. I made a joke referencing a Theo Von quote, "Why are men such emotional thinkers?" They're gonna love that one. They're gonna really love that one. So yeah, that is the thing that's happening right now. Let's see. I wanna see. If we look up... Actually, no, I want to show you guys Elon Musk for a second. Because Elon Musk is referencing suicidal empathy. Because remember I was telling you guys that was the... If I wanted you to have one takeaway, it was that. Okay. So... Oh, here he is quoting a Nazi account again. He loves quoting this Nazi account. So he's talked about this for a while. He tweeted about it on October 26th. And you'll notice, what do you notice? White woman who was part of the Green Party talking about the Congo. White woman, black man. Suicidal empathy, referencing it again. So he likes to quote this Gad Sad guy a lot. This is a guy who came out of the intellectual dark web. You know, your Jordan Petersons, your Richard Dawkins. Is Richard Dawkins part of the... I believe at one point, Sam... What was his fucking name? He's one of the new atheist guys who, like, he really hates Sam Harris, that's right. I kept wanting to go to Sam Hyde. I wanted to say Sam Hyde, who is not part of the intellectual dark web. He is just part of trash Twitter. So he tweeted about November 5th. Yeah, so the Christmas market killer, this was something that happened around a year ago. He was talking about it then, and the idea was that an immigrant killed a bunch of people in a German market. I believe he like drove through it with a car, was the thing. So he's been talking about this since like late 2024, and you'll see he gets it entirely from Gad Sad. Oh, he's been talking about it since early 2000s. I don't know why it brought that up. It's not in this tweet at all. This is from 2003. It's not in there. Yeah, so he learned it from that guy. Okay, this is the day he learned it. He learned it April 5th. And he's been using it since then. Okay. But as you'll see, like, he's been using it for a while. But as of late, he's started to connect it to white women and white women's political advocacy. And the reason why, and really he wants you to connect it with women's political advocacy in general, but the reason why he's connecting it to white women is because he wants to make this connection of white women being, liberal white women being hurt by invading brown men, and it's their own fault, right? So that's really what he's trying to push. So Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, is now pushing this narrative, the narrative that is being connected to the political project of repealing the 19th Amendment and taking away our right to vote. So, let's see who else is talking about this. Oh, geez. This fucking guy. There we go. You are about to see the adaptation of suicidal empathy as a term to criticize progressives and intersectionality. When they speak about the destruction of the West, just know the call is coming from inside the house. That's true. I love, that's cool. My algorithm is just showing me. It's so funny, now that I look it up, my algorithm is only showing me lefties, but if I were to be on my timeline, it would just all be, like, insane right-wingers. Don't you have a date soon? Oh yeah, my date's in like an hour and 15 minutes or something. I want to show you guys what headship voting is, though. I want to show you guys them talking about it. the algorithm. This is super annoying because if I was just on on my actual timeline, I could show you guys all kinds of crazy right-wing shit. And I've seen it a million times, but now that I search it, it's just like... Boo. Okay. Well... Eric, you look fabulous. Thank you. Sam Harris is another one of those people who would love to spend 20,000 words to say literally nothing of value. Yeah. Okay. So that's kind of the situation. The new thing that you're going to be seeing a lot of is headship voting, suicidal empathy, and them talking about repealing women's right to vote. The guy you quoted just basically responded with no. You said no? No, there aren't. You're making shit up. Adjust your meds. Can one of you find me any of the clips or the tweets from when we looked at the incel forum? I really just want to reply with just that. What is suicidal empathy? Suicidal empathy is the idea that women are very empathetic. I think it's really funny that especially left-wing women, that women are more left-wing and that women are very empathetic, and so they will care for and want to take care of people all around the world, and so they will vote for immigration and multiculturalism, and they will want to let people into their countries to take care of those people, and those people in turn will ruin, and what they're signaling is people from underdeveloped nations in the global south moving into, first world nations, more developed nations in the global north, and that liberal women will make that happen because they feel bad for the abhorrent living conditions that the global north has imposed upon the global south, and that those people, in turn, the immigrants will in turn, rape and murder those Western women and ruin their societies. So basically, women care about other people, and the people they care about will exploit that care and then hurt them and ruin their societies. That's what they're talking about. So this is going to be the new thing that you see. And they're going to push for taking away women's right to vote. And I don't know if actual politicians are going to push for it. I think that the actual logistics of something like that, I don't know that that's politically viable. I think that we're still a ways off from that being politically viable. It does concern me that the richest man in the world who owns the largest communications platform is saying it and amplifying it. That is concerning to me. I think that we have seen a lot of stuff that was not viable in years prior become viable, especially in the last year. Stuff that was thought unthinkable a year ago is happening now. And the fact that the richest man in the world who owns the largest communications platform is saying it is concerning to me. Vance might try and soft launch it. Well, and that's the other thing is, so many people in this administration are, terminally online groiper-brained that it would not surprise me if they are actually swayed by the kind... It doesn't surprise me that they would be swayed by the kind of insane rhetoric and discourse that they see on Twitter, and that half of those people have not been radicalized themselves by what you see on Twitter. Vance's wife is Indian. Yep, and it's a big problem for him. It's a big problem for him. You gotta think, like, what these men are gesturing at is taking away the right to vote from Western women, right? Because they're because they're concerned about men from outside of the West. So it doesn't matter that he has an Indian wife. Like, when we had slavery legal in this country, slave owners would have sex with and have children with black women, right? That doesn't matter. It's about dominance, right? Taking our rights away, taking women's right to vote away doesn't mean that white men would stop having, wives of color. Like, that, it's just not really how it works. And I think to them, that's not really a hypocrisy at all, right? Especially because I think Vance considers his Indian wife, to be like a better Indian than other Indians, I don't think that they feel that there's like a moral inconsistency there, right? There's a caste system in India, and I think that a lot of white Western racists agree with it. So he probably thinks that his wife is a better Indian. Especially because, let's see, I believe she's lighter skinned. Yeah, Usha Vance is a very light-skinned Indian woman. I would imagine that JD Vance probably does think that she's like a better Indian than other Indians. It's probably exactly what he thinks. Okay. I have a date. I have to be at my date in an hour and 10 minutes. I should probably go. How much longer till he's with Kirk anyway? Spicy, edgy. I'm gonna link you guys my tweet in chat. This is so funny. He basically just said no. Nuh-uh. Okay. Let's find out who we want to raid. Kirk and Candace are beefing now? Yeah, of course they are. The Serfs. Hassan. How do I do this again? So bad at my job. Okay. Get in the raid. Get in the raid.